Okay, everybody's here. It's on the dot, 6:30 p.m. I am calling to order this meeting of the Santa Barbara Unified School Board on September 8th. It is 6:30 p.m. We are now calling to order open session after having a good closed session. So I just want to let everybody know that we're in for a long night tonight. I read a quote over the weekend that teaching is, the quote goes like this: teaching is the greatest act of optimism. And I want to expand that. I think caring about our schools and being involved in our schools is actually the greatest act of optimism. So the fact that we have over 100 public speakers tonight does mean a lot of time and length for people who are working really hard, but it also shows, no matter what your perspective is this evening, that we all believe in the power of education and have an optimistic view that by improving our schools and by improving this session tonight, we will be doing right by our children. So I hope we can carry that with us as the night goes on and the hours go into hopefully still Tuesday night, and have some grace, because this is also a very stressful time in everybody's life, this pandemic. No matter, it varies greatly, but everybody is undergoing an amount of stress that is new, and we need to honor that. I need to first turn it over to our interpreters to explain this evening, and I'm sorry that I didn't open with that immediately, because interpretation is so vital. So Ms. Rubalcaba, if you could excuse me for not doing this right off the bat, but allowing me to give instructions. Thank you. Oh, it looks as though her audio is not working. So she's showing the screen, but maybe we will say our pledge and come back, and hopefully maybe the audio issues can be resolved. So with that, let's move to the Pledge of Allegiance. Superintendent Maldonado, please lead us.
Thank you, Board President Capps. Everyone, good evening. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'm now seeing if Ms. Rubalcalva's audio is working. Maybe Ms. Bloom, are you able to jump in, or?
Absolutely, thank you.
Oh, thank you so
much. So good evening and welcome. My name is Frida, and myself and my colleagues Annalix and Sofia will be your interpreters today. Buenas tardes y bienvenidos. Me llamo Frida y esta noche yo y mis colegas Annalix y Sofía seremos sus intérpretes. I'll give this message both in English and in Spanish. Daré este mensaje tanto en inglés como en español. In order to provide language access, we'll have simultaneous bidirectional interpretation. If you're bilingual, you do not have to click anything. However, if you're not bilingual, you'll find in a few seconds an icon on the bottom of your screen that looks like a globe. You'll need to click on that and then select English. If you're on an iPad or a phone or a similar device, please do locate the three-dot menu on the bottom of your screen and then select Interpretation and then select English. When you talk, please do so loud and clear, because we will be interpreting simultaneously everything that you say. A efecto de proveer acceso lingüístico, esta reunión contará con interpretación bidireccional simultánea en inglés y en español. Si usted es bilingüe, no tiene que presionar nada, pero si usted no es bilingüe, en unos segundos verá un icono en forma de globo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Por favor, localice este icono en forma de globo, dele clic en interpretación y después seleccione español o Spanish. Si usted está en un iPad o un teléfono o un dispositivo similar, localice el menú de 3 puntos en la parte inferior de su pantalla y después seleccione español o Spanish. Cuando habla, hágalo en español y en tono pausado, ya que la intérprete estará interpretando simultáneamente todo lo que usted diga. Y si tiene algún problema con la interpretación, mande un mensaje privado a Frida, Annalix o Sofía, que somos las intérpretes. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you to our interpretation team. And I now want to report out what happened in closed session. Hold on, I just need to get back to my agenda. So the board met in closed session today on items B1 through 5. There was 2 actions taken, and action B1, which is the approval and denial of an interdistrict transfer. The board voted to approve the interdistrict transfer appeal. The motion was made by Ms. Munoz and seconded by myself, and it was unanimous. And item B3, conference with legal counsel. The board accepted the final settlement agreement with a unanimous vote. The motion was made by Dr. Reed and seconded by Ms. Sims-Moten. That concludes the actions taken in closed session. And now I believe I turn it over to Ms. Maldonado, Superintendent Maldonado, for your report.
Thank you very much, Board President Capps. Good evening, everyone. Buenas noches, padres de familia y al público. Y gracias por reunirse con nosotros esta noche. Tenemos una agenda muy llena, así es de que vamos a tener economía de palabras hoy. I just welcomed to our parents and our public for being with us today. I echo Board President Capps' message, but I also want to let the board and the public know that in the interest of a full agenda, we're going to practice economy of words today. So I am so pleased to bring you today a packed agenda, but I want to preface our packed agenda with the following idea. And that is that we have been working, we are running a district in both a distance learning mode and also trying to conduct business as usual during this pandemic. So to that end, while we run this distance learning program, we are still continuing and picking up some of the items that we know need to continue on because we know there's going to be an end to this pandemic. And so to that end, we want to make sure we acknowledge that. I also want to highlight for the public and board members today that we continue to work with timelines that are coming to us fast and furious. Sometimes these timelines are accelerated, like you'll see today from our learning continuity and attendance plan. Sometimes they are interrupted, like you'll see with some of our curriculum adoptions. And sometimes they are changed, as you'll notice from the fact that we've invited, and Susan Klein-Rothschild from the Public Health Department has graciously joined us for our meeting today because she keeps us to date with all of the changing timelines and guidelines. So this idea and this theme of continuously changing regulations is something that I want to bring forward to everyone so that you understand that I'm very proud of our team and the work that we're doing, from the classroom teacher to the maintenance worker to food services all the way to executive cabinet, ensuring that we bring you the best and most accurate information as quickly as possible. Last time that we met, we talked about internet access, and we really felt strong around our internet access, but we wanted to make sure that we heard from someone that was actually in the trenches, as I like to call it. I turned to Mr. Rickman and said, who is really doing some great work around really knowing every child by name and what they need to connect? And to that end, he suggested Mr. Nate Mendoza, who's here with us today from Santa Barbara High School. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to him so that he can tell us, how does he know who is and isn't online, and how do we keep track of all our kiddos who this is the work that we're doing around all our students. So thank you, Mr. Mendoza, and I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, just confirming my screen is shared. All right. Okay, first off, thank you very much for having me, and Ms. Maldonado, thank you so much for giving me this time. So a little bit about what we do for our outreach and support here at Santa Barbara High School. Every single day we run a report at 11:40 a.m., so that's about 10 minutes after lunch ends. And what we do is we run a report for students that miss first or second period that day. So we get a report, and with that report, we have a great attendance technician, Maria Madrigal, who leads this, and we come up with this spreadsheet from the report. And on this spreadsheet, as you can see, she copies and pastes. I obviously faked it with the student names and the IDs for privacy purposes, but the spreadsheet will look like this. ID numbers, student names next to it, And as you can see, as I scroll down, we're looking usually at about 130 to 160 students that will be on this report that had maybe missed first, second, or both periods that day. And from there, we do all this work. And I'm gonna go ahead and show you what that looks like. So now the spreadsheet's filled out. The spreadsheet gets filled out by 6 support staff on our campus, our health assistant, office assistants, and our 2 ladies that work in our attendance office. And we send a group message out. I assign who works on what row, and then they get calling. They start calling all these families. So the way this spreadsheet works is they color code it for me so that I can go back and look at things that I need to look at. So things that I wanted to bring up while I'm presenting. Red would be something that I need to look at right away that day. Yellows are going to be things maybe I need to go ahead and take care of by the end of the day. So a good example, a red, and these are all real notes that we've had throughout the school year. So voicemail is not set up by a family. It's been 3 days in a row we've called. We've called all contacts in Aries. Haven't heard back from anybody, and the student hasn't attended school in 3 days. That's going to alert me to more than likely do a home visit immediately to try to find out what's going on with the student and why haven't we heard from them. Another example, yellow, maybe not as immediate, but something I need to be aware of. Maybe a student's enrolling at Ventura High School and we didn't know, and that's why they haven't been attending. And then obviously we can have the counselor now work with our registrar and confirm once that student is enrolled at a new high school, and then we would drop that student. But again, just alerts us where these students are. Another thing that would be a red, an immediate need, student with a tech issue, a Wi-Fi issue, parent or student is saying that they need a hotspot. So we would then get that hotspot from ETS at the school district, and then we would deliver that hotspot to them during our home visits or even that next day, especially if a student is unable to access their Zoom classes because they don't have any internet access. And another red item that might pop up that's happened before is maybe the mother or father of a student wants to speak with me because they can't get their child to get on Zoom. They're just refusing to get on Zoom. Maybe the student's becoming aggressive. Again, these are notes, real notes that we've had this year, and they need some support. So I'm calling home. I'm doing a Zoom session, maybe conference with the parent and the student, or maybe I'm doing a home visit as well to try to convince that student to take part in his Zoom sessions, his or her Zoom sessions. And then on the bottom, I wanted to share one more thing. We also, right here, as you can see, we're gonna call also all the family students that missed the full day, the day before, and it's an unverified absence. So these are students that it just shows up, we haven't verified why they didn't come. They missed the entire full day, the prior day. And we're gonna make those phone calls as well. Things that come up, mom reports that student lays in bed all day. So she's very concerned that he's become depressed. So again, I get involved, I offer resources. We have therapy, counseling that we can offer, outside resources, maybe that aren't school related. Here's another one. Maybe the student had, again, unexcused absences the day before. Well, we found out because we called home that they had knee surgery. And we now can update attendance. So instead of unexcused absences, truancies, the student now has excused absence. And then we're able to get the counselor involved. And now the counselor can email all the teachers with the parent's permission to notify, hey, student had surgery. They might not attend class the next day or two as they recover. So everybody's on the same page. Or something like this, where we find out that an uncle passed away unexpectedly, and the student is very sad and doesn't want to do Zoom classes. So we have hospice counseling that we offer here in our school district, so we're able to get the students those services. So I went over it quick, but this is something that we do every single day. We've done it every day of the school year so far, and our plan is to do this every day until distance learning is done. We need to find out where our students are. We need to inform parents that their student missed class, because believe me, most parents are not aware because they're working, they're busy, they're doing other things. They're expecting their student to attend class, but maybe they're not aware. Okay, other than that, we also have a form that we ask our teachers to fill out. All our teachers have this form. and it's students with technology issues. So the teachers would fill out this form, basically lets us know what the student name is, who they are, what period, and really the most important thing that we need to know is what's the issue? Is it the iPad? Is it internet? Is the hotspot not working? What is the issue? So I'm able to look at all those responses, and from those responses, I'm able to then support our students. Again, working with ETS and Todd Rickman, and maybe getting those students hotspots or whatever it is that they need. Again, we are getting great support from Todd Rickman and ETS. Whatever we need, they're getting it to us. We show up at the school district, they give us 12 hotspots, and then we go out and about and we do our home visits. Maybe we don't know a student needs a hotspot, but as we're seeing a student that maybe missed school for a full week, finding out, well, we don't have internet. Well, we're able to give them a hotspot right then and there because we've already picked those up from ETS. Our home visits, we have done those on a weekly basis. Started off doing them multiple times a week. Now we're doing them once a week as things have kind of slowed down, but not really. With our family liaison, Maria Jimenez, who's an amazing family liaison. She knows really what's going on. She's the pulse really of, obviously, of our families, as she should be, but she really just is amazing and is always aware of what's going on. Our home visits, we have a spreadsheet that we keep track of, and it looks something like this, where it's a running spreadsheet where it's notes about what's going on, what happened when we showed up for the visit, why did we go, what was the outcome of the visit. And then we share this with the administration team, and then we also share this with our counselors, so everybody's on the same page about what's going on with that student, and again, what was the outcome of the home visit. One thing that I wanted to mention really that was awesome, you know, we found out that obviously the hotspots are T-Mobile service. So we had a family on the east side that had gone to ETS a few times, got a different hotspot thinking that it didn't work. But really what we found out was it wasn't the hotspot, it was the service, the T-Mobile service. And in that area on the east side, T-Mobile service was not good. It was really poor, and they weren't getting a good signal, therefore they couldn't use the hotspot. So again, letting Todd Rickman know. Todd gets us a Verizon hotspot. We're able to give that student a Verizon hotspot. We just did that this last Friday, and then we help them connect on the iPad. And just, it's an awesome feeling when you get, you're helping those students right then and there physically connect with the internet and figuring that issue out. Again, different things we're doing home visits for, technology issues, truancy issues. We're not able to contact parents. We're calling home, calling all the contacts. We cannot get a hold of anybody. Wellness checks, students that I know that I worked with last year that need somebody to check on them because maybe being at home all the time is difficult, or maybe the family members aren't as supportive as they should be. So it's just going and saying hi, checking on a student, or maybe even offering counseling resources as well, as we have a lot of resources that this district offers. Another great thing that allows us to do good outreach and support is that we have teachers taking accurate attendance on a daily basis. 99 to 100% of our teachers are taking daily accurate attendance. We have over 100 teachers, so that's something that I commend them for. And without accurate attendance, I can't do the outgoing calls or home visits accurately. We need their support for that. Another support that we have is our SBHS Foundation, and they have a great program that we have as far as hashtag SBH Strong. And when the pandemic started in March, they were able to get $60,000 in donations. And we were able to disperse that amongst the most in-need families, families that were struggling, families that just had lost their job. We were able to provide them a $250, $500 gift card, a vanilla card that they could go spend, and it was like using a debit card, going to the grocery store. They could use whatever they wanted for that. So with that said, we have about $11,000 left from the money in the spring. So we're able, again, to give those out to families, from doing home visits, from making phone calls where families are letting us know what their struggles are. So again, the SBH Foundation has been amazing support for us. So that is everything really fast. I hope that I was able to kind of give you a glimpse of what we're doing in a really, really quick way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mendoza. Board members, we've been trying to send a very clear message, and I'm happy to report that, as Nate said, our teachers are taking attendance. We want to make sure that everybody knows every student matters and every student counted every day. And so with that, is there any questions for us? If not, we'll move on to our next item on the agenda.
Ms. Sims-Moton.
I would just like to say thank you so much for that very detailed report and just really what's going on and how we're following up, because just a few minutes before we were on for our meeting today, I had a question with regards to how are we tracking attendance and how critical that is and how are we following up with our students. So is that presentation, number one, going to be on our website somewhere that parents and community in general will have those questions about our attendance, how we're taking attendance? Will that be on our general website? And then second, will this then be replicated or some form of that across all of our schools so we have some consistency or how we are tracking and supporting our families?
So we will have to think about how to make this a public document because a lot of them were just like his tools that are coded a certain way. And I think that the learning here is definitely how can we replicate this across our school systems? And please be mindful that for elementary, we'll need to look at different resources because not all elementary school principals have additional staff to help with some of these duties. But
I can quickly say that at our Dean PLC that Dr. Wagnick runs, we discussed this and I did share these ideas and resources with the secondary schools, and I know for a fact that they are doing a very similar version of it, and it seems to be very successful.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sims-Moton. Ms. Munoz.
Yeah, I appreciate Mr. Nate Mendoza, the hands-on presentation as to how, we're showing that every student counts to our district. And the problem solving that you've done out in the field is fabulous. And kudos to you and to Maria Jimenez. I had worked out in the community with Maria previously, so I know how good, the excellent work that she does. And I appreciate, Superintendent Maldonado showing this to us because we're getting a lot of questions about it. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Keep it up. Thank you.
Excellent report. Dr. Reed.
It's just very quickly, I thank you, Mr. Mendoza. And I just wanted to say that the transparency around the support that you're giving to our students individually is wonderful. I mean, it's powerful. And it's meaningful, and it's great to know that they have the support of you and other administrators in times of, in need and also in good times too. So thank you for this report.
Thank you.
Excellent. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mendoza. Wonderful report and very informative. We will now move on to, and thank you, Superintendent Maldonado, for that report. We'll move on to board correspondence and comments. Any board members would like to speak? Ms. Ford.
Hope I'm on.
You are.
First of all, good evening to all of you. And first of all, I just want to say I swear I didn't talk to Ms. Capps or Ms. Maldonado beforehand, but it all seems to be that we're all probably thinking the same thing. I realized while preparing for tonight's meeting that it's almost 6 months since COVID-19 shut down our schools and our lives as we knew them. The tragedy of almost 200,000 lives lost in America alone, and at least that number or twice that number, other lives that have been dramatically and sadly altered, is almost too difficult to comprehend. But if there is any silver lining at Santa Barbara Unified of this pandemic, it is that with all its flaws and its weaknesses, how much we love and value in-person school and all it offers. In the past couple of weeks, so many members of our community have reminded the board of the importance of human contact, of sports and outdoor experiences, of the social, emotional health of our young people, and of the importance of arts and education in our lives. I also want to acknowledge, as my colleagues did, the level of frustration in our community and how high it is, and the unpredictability of almost every aspect of our futures. And it seems like that's created so much anxiety, debate, stress. But I will say, most of us are in total agreement that we need to do whatever we can to make our beautiful community safe again and find the path back to school in person as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. Dr. Reed, I saw your hand up.
All right, there you go. Yes, thank you, Ms. Ford, for your commentary. I just am going to speak to a back to school night. Happened to attend back to school night at Adams School. Go Tigers! And it was so great to see the enthusiasm and the music. They had a wonderful opening video and the song "We Are Family." And I just felt like, wow, it just felt like everyone was coming together. There was high spirits. And I thought, darn it, this is a great back to school night. I mean, and people, you could see everybody. I know, sometimes you're trying to stand and you're juggling around to see people and you're shuffling around. Well, there's some benefits to remote because you actually had right in vision, you saw everything, you were right in with the video and you felt connected. So I just want to put, my hat off to the whole team at Adams School, and that I look forward to attending as many open houses as possible. And I also just wanted to make note of Ms. Maldonado's video today. I hope that the families had a chance to see it and her talking with students. And it just reminded me of how important it is that we connect with our students on a regular basis, and to have a window into their thinking and what they're doing and what it's like at home for them right now was really wonderful. And so I appreciate these transparent conversations that we can get a bird's eye view, so to speak, into what's going on. But some of the comments, I think, which is stay strong, thoughtful, compassionate, and collaborative, I thought that was really powerful. And the importance of staying in contact with our families. And Mr. Mendoza brought that forward, the connection that we must have, and as administrators and teachers, the connection with our students and with our families. So I just want to thank all the teachers working so hard, and our students and families for working as hard as well. And I know it's not easy, and that face-to-face would be the optimum situation, but as Ms. Ford brought forward, is really, the safe and health first. And I know that the district is making every effort to get survey responses and get authentic responses and information so that we have as much up-to-date information at our fingertips as to what's going on. Because during this pandemic, the health and safety of our students and teachers and administrative staff is our first priority. And again, teaching and learning, whether remote, hybrid, or face-to-face, must be rigorous and focus on improving students' academic and literacy skills across the district in a fiscally responsible way. So I appreciate the work and efforts, and we'll hear more about that report tonight. So thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Reed. Mrs. Moten.
Yes, and in the vein of economy of words, I want to send out a very big thank you to everyone, especially our students. And if these are words they want to think about, patience and perseverance that they're doing, let them know that they're doing awesome. We see them, we support them, and we just thank them every day. We know how difficult it is. They're not able to physically see their friends, but we're working very hard to maximize all of our efforts to get us back to in-person learning in a safe and healthy way. So I just want a big thank you out for the students who are practicing patience and perseverance to get back to that day of in-person learning. So thank you. And thank you to everyone else in the community, the administrators and teachers and parents, for making sure that we're able to get back in person and in touch with each other.
Thank you, Mrs. Moten. Ms. Munoz.
Yes, just also real brief. I also had the pleasure of the back to school night with Adams and really enjoyed it. Just hearing how the teachers are all being creative and coming across, and so forth, and how inclusive it was for the students and the parents, and that things are working with them, and that we look forward to, of course, to safely going back to in-person learning and coming up with how to do that as soon as possible. So yeah.
Thank you. And I just want to acknowledge Labor Day yesterday and all of our essential workers, all of our labor force, our teachers, our staff. Again, I'm just going to say the food service workers who've been working harder than ever since March to distribute food in a new way. And my deep respect and admiration for our teachers and our staff and how hard this all is and new ways of teaching and preparing to come back to in-person. So in the spirit of Labor Day, I honor you and thank you. So with that, we need to move into public comment, and just a few words about public comment because we do have 112 speakers tonight if everyone chooses to speak. I appreciate the economy of words phrase that Superintendent Maldonado used. Certainly, we want to hear from you. It is your right to speak. I will say that if others have spoken pretty much your same point, you might choose to forego that right. I will just ask politely because again, if we had allowed the maximum time, which is 3 minutes per speaker, we're not going to, we're going to do 90 seconds. We would be here, it would be 5.5 hours of just public comment alone. And we have a lot of other items to discuss and actually take action on. Superintendent Maldonado?
Yeah, I just want to remind you, we have a time certain on F1 for the public hearing.
And is that currently right now, 7 o'clock?
7 p.m.
Okay, so that's my introduction. I'll just finish my thought on public comment. It's also, respect is expected. Certainly the board, you can be critical, you can express your opinion. That's what this is for, but it is not a time to be disruptive. And it is a time to address the board and not other individuals. I think that's especially important now, given again, the ongoing stress that everybody is under in their own ways. So if we can just keep that in mind as we move forward through this evening and 100 and some speakers I want to prepare you now, which is why I'm giving you this heads up, because some people did prepare potentially for 3 minutes. You should have gotten an email, and I'm sure you did because Ms. Trujillo is on it, stating that it would be 1.5 minutes to, again, cut that 5.5 hours in half. But it's going to be a long night, and if you feel as though your point has been taken and you've emailed us, you might choose, it's your choice, to not speak so that we can move forward. So with that, I'm going to open it. We do have a time certain public, what's the right terminology here? Public hearing at 7 p.m., which is by law, we need to have a time certain on the learning continuity and attendance plan, a different wording for LCAP. But I will close our official regular school board meeting and open up with a gavel, imaginary gavel, the public hearing on item F1, which is the learning continuity and attendance plan. And I turn that over to Sean Carey.
Thank you, Board President Capps, and good evening, Santa Barbara community. Yes, in addition to advisory meetings and a community-wide survey, public hearings afford members of the community an opportunity to speak to planned or ongoing actions and expenditures that are included in our learning continuity and attendance plan. And we won't be showing the plan itself right now in full. We do have a later agenda item where we'll give a report to the board and community on the plan itself. So this is just for any public comment that may have been submitted.
Trujillo, did we have any public comments for this item?
We do not have any public comment on this item.
So in that case, President Capps, I believe that concludes the public hearing.
Yeah, and that might be confusing to folks, but by law, we need to have this at a certain time to have a public hearing on an item that we'll actually be discussing later when we get to the action agenda item. I do know, so we will now move back up in the agenda to public comment, and I will turn that over to the extremely talented Ms. Trujillo to manage.
Thank you. Good evening, President Capps, members of the board. We have 8 speakers for this item. I will name the first 5. Then we have Elrod McLaurin, Mickey Hamill, Alice Post, Brian Campbell, Janet Mendoza Jimenez. So we will begin with Mr. McLaurin. Mr. McLaurin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Go ahead, you may begin.
Thank you. You know, we're all aware of the Democratic Santa Barbara County candidate questionnaire that specifically required the candidates that they were seeking endorsement to fully support Teen Talk, ethnic studies as a required graduation requirement, and just communities. So being in an election season, let's talk about the elephant in the room. This is an election season. It is clear, Laura, that you, Wendy, and Jackie are exploiting our most vulnerable children, parents, and taxpayers for your own political ambitions. You got the support of the Democratic Party, which means that you signed your name to an agreement to support these Teen Talk, ethnic studies, and just communities. So I really would like an apology to the community, to the students, and the taxpayers for really mishandling your ambitions, and would demand you to recuse yourselves from the sex ed talk, from Teen Talk, and these other hot button items, because it is clear that you are not listening to the parents, you're not listening to the community, and you're not having the best interests of the children in mind. So for that reason, I would like to ask for your apologies and a recommitment to education, as you have aforementioned.
Time, thank you. Our next speaker is Mickey Hamill. Mickey, can you hear us? Mickey, can you unmute yourself, please? There you go. Okay, can you hear us? I'm gonna go ahead and go to the next, and maybe I'll come back to Mr. Hamill. Next is Alice Post. Ms. Post, can you hear us? Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Superintendent Maldonado, members of the board. I'm Alice Post, and I'm speaking on behalf of Citizens for Neighborhood Schools. I'd like to invite you all and the public to a candidates forum for Santa Barbara Unified School District candidates. The date is Thursday, September 17th. Time, 7 o'clock. Place, Zoom, of course. That's Thursday, September 17th, 7 p.m. at Zoom. We are really excited about the responses we have received from the candidates and the public. We are excited to hear the candidates' vision for our future. For the public to receive the Zoom link, please email Citizens for Neighborhood Schools, that's CNS. Email is cns4schools@aol.com. That's cns4schools@aol.com. The 4 is a number. We are really excited to host this public service.
Thank you, Alice.
Thank you.
Try Mickey Hamill. Okay, I'm not able to. So I'm gonna go next to Brian Campbell. Mr. Campbell, can you hear us?
Hi, good evening. Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, you may begin.
Hi. Is this the time to talk about the sex ed, or is this the open for public comment?
This is open public comment.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I just wanted to talk about bullying and racism, because that's obviously a very hot topic around town in our country right now. And I want to say that it's being taught and endorsed by our California leaders, like leaders like Salud Carvajal called Annie Caldwell names in a Newshawk article just recently. Local leaders call concerned neighbors on the east side NIMBYs during the last election. And on these board calls, I've heard members of the teaching arena like Just Communities and others call people with different opinions names, and the board doesn't do anything to admonish them for the bullying and name calling. Point is, bullying and racism is everywhere, and our elected officials need to lead by example and admonish bullying not only in our schools and the name calling, but also as adults in life. So neither should be tolerated or promoted. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Janet Jimenez. Janet, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for listening. I wasn't expecting Teen Talk to be voted today since on Monday, August 31st, I had a meeting with Mrs. Maldonado and Dr. Ann Roundy, and she said, Mrs. Maldonado said that she would host a forum with the Hispanic community through Zoom to explain the Teen Talk to the Hispanic community.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is for, this is not the time to talk about that item. This is for regular non-agenda items.
Oh, okay. Would this also, could I also say, I don't know if this could be said in this agenda, that the board back a couple months back was able to meet in person with a teenager high schoolers to receive demands from a certain group. And during the pandemic, this happened. And I just have a question for you guys on why you cannot meet with us, the parents, outdoors to explain and show us the curriculum and explain to us the curriculums. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next three speakers are Dina Davis, Lisa Sloan, and Peggy Wilson. So go with Dina Davis. Ms. Davis, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Hello. Hello. Tonight I want to share some positive observations. During distance learning, I have had the opportunity to support my Santa Barbara High freshman in his life skills class. As a former educator myself, I have been most impressed with his teacher and how she has helped ease the transition to a new school with open communication and empathy. Christine Hasties creates a calm, caring, and predictable virtual space as she checks in daily on the well-being of her students and lovely team of paraeducators. She provides a differentiated, engaging curriculum and models self-care with opportunities for daily stretching and relaxation. Everyone has time to connect socially using their natural voices as well as their communication devices. Oh, sorry. Humor is woven into the day. When technology glitches arise, Ms. Christine models resilience and patience, often saying, "That's okay." She leads and trains her team with grace as they follow a complex master schedule that includes time in and out of Zoom breakout rooms. She coordinates with the vivacious PE teacher, Ms. Hill, and others to ensure that her students are included in the broader school community. When she is not teaching on Zoom, she is doing a million other things that 90 seconds won't cover. Her positive attitude and genuine caring make the days of virtual learning a little bit easier. We appreciate all our teachers and hope the admin team provides them all the supports they need during this challenging time.
Thank you. Okay, next is Lisa Sloan. Lisa, can you hear us?
Good evening, this is Lisa Sloan. Good evening, President Capps and board members. I mainly wanted to talk during the item G6, but I do have a general comment for you that I agree with Janeth, what she said earlier, that, you know, I think that the board should be a little more accommodating toward parents. And I have had trouble in the past getting on to these Zoom meetings. It's a bit challenging to navigate all this technology. And so I'm sure that other parents may have trouble getting on to these Zoom meetings. It seems that in-person meetings would be more accommodating towards parents in general. So that is my comment for tonight in regards to the general comments. And I do know 2 candidates that are running for your seats that will promote parental involvement. And that's Brian Campbell and Elrod McLaren. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we have Peggy Wilson. Ms. Wilson, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Board members and superintendent, I've been coming to board meetings for about 1.5 years, and there's always parents asking you to address the academic proficiency of the students. As you know, the test scores are very low and barely passing. We have proficiency in math at grade level is 45%. Proficiency in English at grade level is 56%. This is truly a disservice to students. Santa Barbara School Board candidate Elrod McLearn did an interview with Jerry Roberts on August 30th. And I learned that on his interview that Franklin School students have an innovative approach to learning under Principal Casey Kilgore's business model. I have never heard this. All children succeed. They're smaller class sizes. They're little pods of 6 students, rotations. She calls it one-stop shopping. Extracurricular activities come to the campus. And lastly, test scores are up 33% in the last 5 years. This is absolutely incredible. And I asked myself, why aren't you using this model for every school in the district? The district has gone down a rabbit hole of pursuing things and has lost sight that a child first and foremost needs competency in reading, math computation, and critical thinking skills. And to quote Elrod McLearn, literacy is a fundamental human right. I will be voting for Elrod McLearn for Santa Barbara School Board this fall, as he is a strong advocate of this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm gonna try Miss, Nikki Hamill. I'll try one more time. You need to unmute yourself so we can hear you. She's not able to connect. And that concludes public comment. President Capps.
Thank you, Mr. Hio, and thanks to our speakers. Just for anyone who is new to these meetings, it seems a little awkward, but we cannot respond per the Brown Act. So we are listening, but we can't actually answer questions. So with that, we will move on to the consent agenda. Does anyone have on the board a desire to poll or ask a question on the consent agenda? And if you could speak. Oh, good. Thank you. Because sometimes I can't see. So thank you so much, Ms. Sims-Moten, for raising your voice. And which item would you like to address?
Actually, I want to go. We skipped over item D, acceptance of donations. And so I moved with gratitude to accept those.
Excellent. I second that. Acceptance of donations. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you for catching that. And now back to the consent agenda. I'm now looking at all your faces. Anybody want to pull anything? Looks like we're good on consent agenda, so we need a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Sims-Moten.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Consent agenda passes. That would be E items. Yes, items E1 through 7. So now we are back we have already done item F, so we're to item G, which is the action agenda, and we have 5 actions to be taken here. Starting first with our finances. Ms. Jate, please lead us in the discussion of our fiscal year unaudited actuals.
Thank you, President Capps, and welcome board members and public. So tonight, I'm going to do this just a little bit differently. Usually you get, I'm going to hold this up, a big pamphlet that is full of the SACS reports and a narrative explaining the difference between the estimated actuals and the actuals. The estimated actuals is between March and May. And it tries to get us as close as what we think would happen by the year end. And so all of that information is there and why there's a difference between those 2 items, estimated and adopted. But what I want to, next slide, please, Brian. What I want to talk about tonight is the comparison between the 2019-20 adopted budget versus the unaudited actuals for 19-20. It's important to know that our auditors view us That's what they view. They take the adopted and compare it to how we ended for the year. So you don't usually see this, but I thought it would be interesting to walk you through why there's so many differences and why we thought at the beginning of the year we would go negative by 10.4 million, but we did not. So the first slide you're looking at is the blue is the revenue for the adopted budget, and the orange is the revenue, the actual revenue. So you're thinking, wow, why the big difference? And this is net of the in lieu of property taxes to charter schools. So first of all, I want to tell you that this is on the unrestricted side of the budget, for one. And so what you're looking at is mostly property taxes now, since we are a community funded district, or the old term basic aid. Therefore, when we get our estimated property tax, it comes from the County Auditor Treasurer's Office and then goes to the Santa Barbara County of Education. And they tell us, this is what you budget for the year. So that's what we do. When they review our budget, they go to that document and say, did Santa Barbara Unified budget for those, for that amount of taxes? So we can't just say what we think it's going to be. It is told to us 3 times throughout the year. So we ended up with about $6.6 million more in property taxes from adopted budget to actuals. Now, you saw incremental changes during the year when we had first interim and second interim, but we are comparing here, how did we do? How did the team do in the adopted budget compared to the actuals? And as you can see, the revenue was off, but that was because of 3 things: property taxes. We also got additional money from special ed, from the state, and which we didn't know we were getting at the adopted budget, and also the $544,000 worth of reassessed value from the Thomas fire of 2017. We finally got that, which we didn't know when was going to hit. But look at the expenditures. So the expenditures for adopted budget was $126 million. And the expenditures for the actuals is only about $600,000 higher. So the team knows what they're doing when they develop a budget as far as the expenditures are concerned on that side. Next slide, please. So therefore, with the next slide is the adopted budget, and it gets a little into actuals, and it gets down to where were the big changes in the property taxes. The gray is the unaudited actuals, and the adopted budget is in blue. The in lieu of property taxes was pretty much flat on. The redevelopment is where we got $4 million of that $6 million. And then you see in the secured and unsecured that we got additional funds there, the other $2 million. So it's mostly in property taxes. That was the big difference in the revenue. Next slide. So you can see here the big blue bar down at the bottom was the $10.4 million deficit, and we ended up with a $93,000 worth of surplus. So, and most of that, as I said, is from property taxes. Next slide. The Special Reserve Fund 17, we did make a contribution of approximately $2 million. And we also contributed to our irrevocable trust, which decreases our liability on our balance sheet. This is our special reserve fund is like, you know, is our Fund 17 is our savings account. Okay, so the next slide is entitlement versus total funding. So if you look at the blue line, you will see that it shows we're losing money. Our entitlement is shrinking, and that is to do with our decrease in ADA and enrollment. And you see that the purple bars are what we're actually being funded on. And this is why we are a community funded district. The blue line is way below the top of the purple line. So you think, wow, if we're running our district on the blue line, we have all this money. But note that you are on the $140 million line right there. See that? And I'm pointing that out because the next slide, you will see why that this isn't just a big, huge chunk of money above and beyond. This is basically covering our expenditures, right? So if you look at 1920, there's where we broke even basically because we only have like a $93,000 surplus on the unrestricted side of the budget. And you can see we're right at that 140 marker. So just because we are getting more money than we're entitled to doesn't mean we have excess money above our expenditures. And that's really important for the public to know. Then if you look out to the out years, it does show that we're deficit spending. But again, these are from the original adopted budget for 2021. So we have not adjusted the estimates of property taxes because we start with a dollar amount from the prior year and we add about 4% to that. So that will be captured in the first interim.
Ms. Jate?
Yes.
This is Wendy. So can you, when your comment to we're getting more than we're entitled to, can you flesh that out a little bit more in terms of that it's not necessarily more than we're entitled to, it's just that is it because of that we are now in basic aid that we're getting more because it's based on property tax? To be clear about that?
Yes. So if we were if we go back to the entitlement, yes, thanks, Brian. If you look at the blue line, okay, that would be if we were an LCFF district. So it is saying, let's just look at 1920, that Santa Barbara Unified, let's round up and say it's about $125 million we were entitled to. But our property taxes came in at close to, I would say, 138 million. And that's what makes you basic aid. When your property taxes come in higher than what the state says you're entitled to, that's what makes you a community funded district. So we are getting more money than we're entitled to according to the LCFF calculator, but our expenditures equal our revenue.
So would we be in a larger deficit if we weren't now going into?
We would definitely have had to make some cuts way back when. Absolutely. Before we hit basic aid, we would have had to make, I mean, before, yeah. If we stayed in LCFF, we would definitely be reducing expenditures, staff, supplies, contracted services, all of that. Does that answer your question?
It does. I just wanted to be clear in terms of so the public understand what we're entitled to versus what we got. It has to be clear, and it's based on a formula of our tax base. It's not we would have gotten what we gotten, but there would have been a negative impact had we not been able to look at community funding. Just as you said, we would have had to make some severe cuts if the tax assessment hadn't come in higher. Just real clear about that.
The LCFF calculator is what determines our entitlement.
Right.
So that's all on the state side that says we're gonna give you this, but look, you've exceeded that, so you can keep the rest. Is basically what it means.
Yeah. So that just being real clear about that to the public. So thank you.
And as you can see, we plan to be in basic aid for a while. So with declining enrollment and our tax rates going up, our assessed value and our property taxes going up, we definitely, I feel, will be, unless, I'm not even gonna jinx it, but we should be in there for a long time.
Okay, and I just have one more question too with regards to that. So on the 544 that you said that we got from the Thomas fire, did we accrue that from the past years to bring it here, and we just received it? Now we're booking it in this time. It's money that we.
So if you remember that in 17, if you go back to, you're on the purple chart, you know, remember how I would explain that sometimes we were ahead of the game, right? The state of California declares you basic aid at one point in time. Okay, yeah. Because they look at your revenue and they say you exceeded your entitlement. So when that happened, we were boinging back and forth out of basic aid or community funded and back into community funded. And they were having a hard time keeping up with us, as we were, right? So when that Thomas fire hit, they said, oh, no, you know, you're not basic aid, because they're looking back at 16, 17. And if you look at this chart, we're right there, right? Where entitlement and property taxes is equal. But then when we got into 17, 18, they didn't know it yet that we were basic aid or community funded. So then when they got to second interim, they're like, oh, they were basic aid or community funded. So now we owe them that assessed value from all those homes that were lost. And we got a small chunk of money for that. Like others got more because they were heavily into that area in Montecito, and they had been basic aid, so there was no in and out. So that money just got to us from the state of California.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm on slide 8. So here's our reserve level, and you see in 1920, we're about the turquoisey bar is the special reserve, or our Fund 17, which is our savings, and the orange bar is our unrestricted general fund. So you can see they're pretty much equal. And then the purple is on the restricted side of the budget. So our titles, donation accounts, and things like that, ASB accounts. But we try to spend the money or budget to spend the money that we receive on the restricted side for the students in this year. So they, as you can see in the 2 subsequent years, 21 and 22, the bar is much smaller. In 1920, with COVID the last 3 months not being in classrooms, money was not spent that was planned to be spent, and that's why we ended up with a bigger reserve in restricted. So the next slide, I'm going to hand off to Lacey Preston, our Director of Fiscal.
Thank you, May. So now we are going to talk about our multi-year projections. Brian, if you could click on the link, that would be great. The multi-year projections have been updated to reflect the numbers from unaudited actuals. You'll see that in column F. This is also in the attached narrative starting on page 11 if you want to view it in the paper format. As a result of the increased revenue and decreased expenditures that Ms. Jate has mentioned previously, the district ended the year with a surplus of $385,000. And this number is combined with the restricted side of the budget. So we're currently reviewing both the unrestricted and the restricted side of the budget. This surplus caused our ending fund balance to increase slightly to $18.5 million. The breakdown of the ending balance is represented on lines 15 and 16. This creates an unrestricted reserve of 8.11%. When adding in Fund 17, this brings the total unrestricted reserves to 16.06%. And that includes the transfer that we made to Fund 17 of the $2.5 million. So that helped increase our ending reserve balance. So that is column F, and that's the only column that has been updated. The current year and the subsequent years will be updated when we bring you the first interim budget report in December. So stay tuned for that. The only things that did change in the current year and the subsequent years are going to be the beginning fund balance and the ending fund balance and the percentages. So as our ending fund balance increased, then it also falls through to the other years. So that is all for the multi-year projection. And now I will open it up to any questions or comments from the board.
So can I make a quick comment before that? So what hasn't been updated is, as I said previously, when we got more property taxes in 1920 and then we add a percentage onto that, that is not reflected in this. So even though it shows that we're deficit, once we put in the newer numbers of the property taxes, that deficit should go down if everything else remains the same.
So is that the deficit for 1920 or is that the deficit in 2021 that you're referring to, Meg?
2021, 22, 23.
So
all
that
3 years.
So, and I have a question on that. So how are the expenses for COVID, how are they impacting our reserve and how is it impacting, or is that also in the negative number that you have here, or have you updated that as well?
So far, COVID revenue has not exceeded COVID expenditures. So it does not have any effect. Plus, remember that the 2021 school year, we did not budget, but I believe 900,000 in COVID revenue and COVID expenditures. So you will see a big, isn't that correct, Lacey, that's how much was budgeted? Yes. Because we knew we were gonna get 1.8 million. So the rest of COVID will be budgeted. You will see it in the first interim. I mean, it's already budgeted in there. You just haven't seen that budget.
So in the first interim, we'll be able to see where, because you said that so far the revenue has not exceeded the expenditure. So are we negative? And
the other way around, the expenditures have not exceeded the revenue.
That's what I thought, but that's not what I heard. But I thought that's why I was going to.
Did I say it backwards?
Yes.
You don't want to hear that. It's supposed to be the other way. Expenditures
I think you had a double negative there. So
yeah. So just wanted to make sure we were clear on that. Okay. So thank you.
Thanks for pointing that out. I didn't mean to say it backwards.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thanks to Mr. Tay and Ms. Preston. Ms. Ford.
Yes, thank you. I thought it was a really well-organized, user-friendly, detailed report, and I love the graphs, especially explaining the difference between entitlements and revenue and expenditures. So I guess the only question I have for the two of you is, so what keeps you up at night? Or at least what gives you a stomachache?
Regarding the budget?
Yes.
Well, there's other things that keep me up at night besides the budget. So I would just say the cost of the COVID exceeding our revenue. That's probably my biggest concern right now. I don't see it happening, but I mean, we'll be out of money, I'm figuring, by mid-November if we continue the rate we're going. And every day there's something else. So I just worry about the something else.
Meg, can you, when you say we're out of money, we have a reserve. So can you make that connection for me? I mean, out of money means like we have nothing else to buoy that up should we, at that point, the expenditures exceed the revenue. So let's be clear about it. We're not out of money, like district is broke.
No, but you never want to exceed your revenue, right? If you're going to get 20 bucks, you don't want to spend 30 bucks. So we want to keep it within. But if this is something we have to do, we will have to plunge into our reserves and do that. But just remember, you guys have worked really hard to get those reserves. and the board policy says, you know, try to keep a 13%, and we have over that. But as you see on the multi-year, it does go down. So, but 3 years out in this world is like 20 years. And I mean, who would have known that COVID would have hit and we'd still be in this for 6 months? So 3 year out is pretty hard to budget for that. But so yes, we do have money to cover some. I mean, I would hate to plunge into that Fund 17 deeply.
Yeah, but it's a good problem to have that in terms of we've been very conservative, making sure we're building that up, certainly for this moment, but also has to be beyond this moment with regard to that. So just making that.
That's why you do it, right? That's why we have the reserve for just these purposes.
Yeah. Okay.
So can you be clear on, I'm sorry if I'm jumping ahead of board members, but on how much of the reserve we were entitled, being aligned with board policy, we could tap into? Because I mean, I would think some in the public might be thinking, well, if you don't tap into the reserves now's the time, right? We want to return to class safely. So what's your comfort? First of all, 2 questions. What's the board policy? You said 13%. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more for transparency's sake?
So you're required by your recommended state requirement is 3% of your total general fund. Okay, so that's restricted and unrestricted and any transfers in and out or out. So the board said we would like 10 above that. So it equals 13. Right now, with the on the unrestricted side this year, we have 16.6%, like Ms. Preston said. But as you see the other years, it does go down. But let's look at that. We will bring back that estimate at first interim, because the growth in property taxes is going to mean a lot to those 3 out years. So I would, if you don't mind, could we bring that back in December, and we'll have a really good view of what our future costs will be?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. I think we should. And I also just want to get a clarity on the federal funding, because the last time you presented, we had not yet received the federal COVID funding. Have we yet?
We've received, I believe, Lacey, one bucket of the COVID money.
Yes, that is correct.
1 bucket, is that what you said?
1 bucket, 1 type of COVID funding. And that was the CARES, I believe, the 3 point something. I can't remember the dollar amount, but yes, we've only received 1. But we know the others are coming. They were released, and it takes about 3 weeks for them to cut the check and send it off to us.
Sure.
So
okay.
Soon.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments here? Dr. Reed.
Yeah, so those other buckets that are coming as you speak, why, if you know that those are coming, are you up at night? Because we have the reserves and this bucket coming.
Well, you're asking a very conservative person. I would rather not tap into our reserves, because I would rather have us, I mean, if it's needed, we'll do it, right? But it would be great to stay within our budget. So if we get 10.9 million, it would be great to stay within 10.9 million. But if that's not the case, and we need to do something to bring kids back and teachers and staff safe, then that's what we'll do.
So the good news is we have something to fall back on, is essentially what the message is. Though yes, we hope we don't have to be in that situation, but we do have something to fall back on should we have to move nimbly to bring students back to the classroom.
Yes.
Okay. Seeing no other questions or comments, I just will thank you. Then we'll move on from this. Oh, we need to have a motion to approve this interim. Let me get them at the right wording. Let me change screens here. The approval of the 2019-20 fiscal year unaudited actuals. Ms. Ford. So moved, I imagine you're
So
saying.
moved.
Okay, and with a second by Ms. Sims Moten with a visual second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Tay and Ms. Preston.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'm going to do with the board support, I'm going to do a little agenda management because I realize we have 87 speakers waiting for item G5. And with the agreement of Superintendent Maldonado, we are going to move to that. I think people might be happy to hear that. So we are going to move next to item G5, which is the approval of Teen Talk Middle School as comprehensive sexual health curriculum for junior high schools. That is then teeing off to Ms. Sean Carey and Ms. Roundy Harder. I love the fact that it says 5 minutes here on the agenda. So please, Ms. Carey and Ms. Round Hardy, take it away. Oh, yes, and just to remind the way that we've been approaching these issues recently seems to work well, where we have the staff report to the board and to the public, and then we move to public comment for that agenda item so that perhaps any speakers could, there might be informed by the actual report in their comments or not. So that's the way we're doing it. So we'll first have the staff report, and then we will move to public comment.
Thank you, President Capps. I will hand this off to Dr. Roundy Harder. She's the one that the board and the public have been hearing from these many months, and I do so with gratitude. I'm here to assist with any questions that might arise.
Thank you, Ms. Carey, President Capps, board members, and Superintendent Maldonado. So this is an update from last spring prior to COVID school closures. So we are revisiting the issue of Teen Talk Middle School for our junior high comprehensive sexual health education. Just a quick recap that we did have opportunities in January and continuing on for the community to offer input around the curriculum. And this is because we're offering this curriculum as proposed because we are trying to meet the California Healthy Youth Act, also known as CHYA, that requires that we teach this at least once in the middle years, which for us is junior high school, grades 7 and 8. I think it's important to remember that, as our superintendent mentioned, some of the original timelines we had were interrupted in the spring, including the timeline for approving this. So we're just revisiting those issues from the spring in order to try to fulfill the California Healthy Youth Act, which per Ed Code, per the law, allows parents to opt out of any part of the curriculum with written notice to the school. Next slide, please. So just a quick gloss over our timeline. I know that you can all read this, but just a reminder that this was the #1 choice when presented to our junior high PE and high school health teachers. We did have several community sessions all over the district, including the district office in each of the junior highs. And we are revisiting what we originally addressed in February and then through March. And then of course our school closures happened. Next slide. So with our transition back to school and the transition in our leadership and returning to our prior business, we wanted to share the update for a proposal around implementation if the board chooses to move forward with this vote. The idea is that if we choose this curriculum, we would be then training our teachers and providing parent trainings as well for implementation in next spring. And I think we can all agree that we hope to be back in person, but we'll need to plan Plan A and Plan B just in case we're not back in session together. So one of the proposals is to look creatively at the time that is currently asynchronous time for students that's built into the school day. You might have heard it as SSR time or universal learning time. And then I would work closely with the teachers, of course, to make sure that they are fully trained, and we do have health credentialed teachers among our PE teachers as well, and so we would work together as a team to figure out the best way to implement given the current conditions once we're ready to do so. I'll point out that due to the school closures, previously teacher trainings were 2 full days. Now they are after school sessions, so as not to impact or pull people away from school time. And then there are also parent trainings that are available ongoing, offered through Teen Talk, and then they can also customize them for our district, which is what we would like to be able to offer in English and in Spanish. If we move forward with this curriculum for Teen Talk Middle School, we would of course send out district level messaging. And we do want to make sure that we understand that this is a sensitive topic for many people. There are high emotions that can run anytime that we're talking about students and sexual health. And so we just want to reassure folks that we understand their rights and want to inform them of their rights to opt out. I would hope that parents would attend our trainings and then make an informed decision, but it is absolutely their right to opt out as noted in our annual notice, and then additional messaging that would go out specific to the curriculum. And so because this is a follow-up, I will end there and see if there are any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Dr. Round-Hardy. With that, we're going to move on to public comment, and then we'll go back to the board with comments or questions. So, Ms. Trujillo, again, everyone, we have 87 people who have asked to speak to this item, and you're entitled to 90 seconds, and we'll try to move this quickly along. Thank you for everybody who's here for this item.
Thank you, President Capps. Yeah, I'm going to start calling our first 5 names so people can start getting ready. First 5 is Elrod McLearn, Jennifer Tangle, Sheridan Rosenberg, Meredith Muir, Bonnie Raisin, and we'll start with Mr. McLearn. Looks like Mr. McLearn left the meeting. Go with Jennifer Tangle. She's also not online. I'm going to go to the next person, Sheridan Rosenberg. Ms. Rosenberg, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll be brief. I think that this is just another example where we've sort of skirted the issue of public participation, especially for the Hispanic families. This should be presented in an online forum before this vote is taken tonight on another night. And much like you've done the meta, where you do the slides both in English and in Spanish, so that the community at large can participate and everyone's included. This is really an issue of lack of transparency. I think this is very vague, and I'm very troubled by this notion that it's okay, we're going to go ahead and push this through because kids can opt out of it. Not a single person that I know of wants children to do without appropriate sex education. It's important. So simply voting for something that obviously you're going to pay for and falling back on it's okay, those kids can opt out is completely, it's inappropriate and it's unsuitable, and you're not doing your jobs. Your job is to represent families and the community at large, not a handful of special interests who, by the way, have endorsed you. So that's all I have to say about it. I think that this is a bad faith deal tonight, and you should definitely table it for another night after you've had a real forum with real transparency in Spanish and in English.
Thank you. Next, we have Meredith Muir. Ms. Muir, can you hear us?
Yes, hi. I am a parent of a current student and a future student, and I want to say that I have reviewed the entire Teen Talk curriculum, and I wholeheartedly support it, and I hope the board will vote to adopt it. I was very happy because it is very scientifically accurate, it is non-judgmental, and it's also very comprehensive. And what I also really appreciate is that it addresses both emotionally healthy relationships and physically healthy relationships. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Elrod McLern. Mr. McLern, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So this Teen Talk is another example of the board's refusal to engage the parents, the community, and really understand the health of the children that they are, guiding. So as I have said earlier in my public comment, I would request that the board recuse themselves due to a perceived conflict of interest with getting an endorsement from the from the Democratic Party and committing themselves to supporting not only Teen Talk, ethnic studies, and the just communities. So board, please recuse yourselves and be honest in this election and with the students' health and the community and parents' demands. Thank you. I am also running for the board, and I would ask that you guys look at my website, Learn with McLern, to really figure out what's going on here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Bonnie Raisin. Bonnie, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, good. Thank you. I'm Bonnie Raisin, and I appreciate the privilege of being able to tune in and not have to wait as long as I thought I was going to. I haven't any skin in the game, as they say, unquote, because I have no children or grandchildren at the moment in the public school system. However, I'm deeply attached to our city in many, many ways, public education included, and think that you all feel the same way or you would not be up there as our board. Continuing education depends on literacy and the fundamental skills of reading, writing, and math. And assuming that those are the top priority for you as well, then I approach life skills. Sex education, in my view, is a life skill already exists in the upper grades. I understand, and at least I believe from what I've heard from my children and grandchildren, that there is a class devoted to this to some extent. You can correct me if I'm wrong. And that's enough to go further with what you are planning, proposing in Teen Talk is an insult to the parents and the grandparents and their rights in the private lives of their children to educate them, including Teen Talk.
Time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next 5 speakers are Mickey Hamill, Lisa Sloan, Catherine McGarry, Sharon Jagotka, Berenice Varilla. So we'll go with Mickey Hamill. Mrs. Hamill, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I should go in the other room. I am a parent in the Santa Barbara Union School District, and I've read Teen Talk, and over, these past few months, it has never left our consciousness. We've just been really fighting for not getting Teen Talk at all. Teen Talk is flawed, and it violates California law. It violates California Assembly Bill 329, and it teaches its own brand of, promoting sex and premarital sex and secular humanism, I guess. It's it does not devote time to families or parents or abstinence, and instead it promotes sex between minor children, or, if you can believe that. It's promoting it. I've seen it, and many of us are pretty afraid of it. California Assembly Bill 329 states that instruction and material in schools may not teach a religious doctrine. And what I'm getting at is federal courts in Portland, Oregon, established secular humanism as a religion. In Teen Talk, premarital sex is encouraged. This offends all major religions in our community. Further, Ed Code 5150 states, and I quote, that any governing board shall not adopt any instructional material for use that contains any matter reflecting adversely upon a person on the basis of their religion. Teen Talk does not honor this law, which was written to promote the inclusion of all people, their children, and their families. Teen Talk breaks California law and its Ed codes, and it's written.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Lisa Sloan. Ms. Sloan, can you hear us? Can you please unmute yourself, Ms. Sloan?
Hello, good evening again. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, President Capps, members of the board. My name is Lisa Sloan, and I am the parent of 2 DP graduates. I have reviewed the curriculum before you today. What I saw is that Teen Talk teaches children how to give consent for sex. However, a minor cannot give consent legally in California. Teen Talk grooms children and erodes their natural barriers towards early unhealthy sexual activity, which is indecent at best and at worst can lead to long-term mental health issues. The potential negative emotional effects are not considered within the curriculum. The fact that Teen Talk encourages children to experiment sexually outside the bounds of marriage is contrary to the teachings of most major religions. The religion that teaches people to do what feels good is called secular humanism. Teen Talk violates California Education Code Section 51511, which requires that the public school shall not promote one religion over another. Please do not violate the California Education Code. Vote no on Teen Talk. And by the way, if you pass Teen Talk tonight, I'm telling all the voters to elect Elrod McClern and Brian Campbell to take your seats. They will promote parental involvement. Please go to www.learnwithmcclern.com. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Catherine McGarry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to speak quickly. Members of the school board, I come to you on behalf of the remaining innocence of very young children. I believe that the voice of so many parents call for your attention. If the purpose of Teen Talk is to educate and inform children regarding sex and the HEART curriculum adequately meets the basic requirements by law, what is the hesitancy and resistance about? Many parents are actually still very unaware of this program, and the ones that are somewhat aware are not fully informed of its content. The HEART curriculum is available in Spanish, which Teen Talk is not, leaving out the large population of Hispanic parents. Also, HEART is available to be viewed transparently online, while Teen Talk is not. While parents' rights and values are not promoted nor honored in the dialogue with the children during Teen Talk, parents are much included in the HEART curriculum. Why does it seem that the board turns a blind eye to the concerns of not only parents, but doctors as well, stating that some of the information is actually medically inaccurate and dangerous? I am sure each one of the board is probably a nice person, enjoying family time, wanting the best for their lives. I would like to ask each of you a question. If your 12-year-old daughter was approached by a teacher wanting to teach her all about sex, would you give him carte blanche to teach her whatever he wanted without your presence or pre-evaluation? Seriously, in real life, would you? And if you teach this over Zoom, how many random, even younger children will be watching on the side? Please at least postpone the vote tonight to give the majority of the parents a heads up and a transparent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sharon Jagodka. Ms. Jagodka, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I am a parent and I speak for the innocence of my children and every child. Almost a year ago, I attended a meeting to review the curriculum that Dr. Ann Rounding Harder wants to pass. There were 12 people plus or minus that attended. You know how many children attend school here. Why so few in attendance? There are many parents who are unaware that is being pushed upon our children. What about the Hispanic community? Don't Hispanic mothers and fathers have the important right to know what their children are being taught when it comes to such a private topic as sex? What is the terrible rush to pass this Teen Talk curriculum? As a mother and teacher of God's word, this greatly saddens me to know that my children and other children of this community will be stripped of their innocence if this were to pass. You as educators must remember that you are accountable for what our children are being taught and in the long run, the choices they make. Teen Talk does not favor family involvement, whereas the HEART curriculum does. Please consider the HEART curriculum. Parents, families, children, and teachers will be pleased to know that parent involvement will teach values. Remember, as educators and school board members, you play a big role in a safe, medically accurate, and parent-involved curriculum. Without any of these, we are preparing a very sexually dangerous and promiscuous world for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Berenice Varilla.
Ms. Varilla, can you hear us? Yes. Yes, you may begin. Hello, good evening, everybody. Thank you for taking my call. I am the voice of many Latino mothers because, as many of the people have said before me, we have not had appropriate representation. We have not had adequate information. We have not had information that is specific that we need in our community, especially when we're talking about our children's sexual life. And we believe that Teen Talk is hypersexualizing at an early age, at an age that they still don't need to have that information. And I feel like we need to have a hearing, a meeting in person. And this over Zoom is very impersonal, so that does not allow parents to really express themselves and how this curriculum makes us feel. And I think it's a doctrine, and it changes the biological idea that has been proven scientifically and the supports that parents should have. I appreciate your time, and I hope that this really resonates in your conscience, because a lot of lives are at stake, and not just for our children, but further generations, because Teen Talk has the power not just to change this generation, but to change future generations, because it changed the biology of being able to procreate naturally. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Gracias. Our next 5 speakers are Janet Mendoza Jimenez, Moni Duet, Bruce Maurer, Jill Rivera, Eva Catalan. We'll do with Janet Jimenez.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, being a Hispanic woman, mother, and daughter, I understand that some Hispanic parents are not open to speaking with their teenagers about sex. This is why I am not against sexual education in the schools, but Teen Talk is offensive and wrong. And it is encouraging all kinds of inappropriate behaviors that our family does not value. We want sex education for our children, but not Teen Talk. So far, all the Hispanic parents I have spoken to do not have a clue about the new sex education curriculum in Teen Talk. This is discouraging and disappointing and disrespectful of our Hispanic community. I am not only voicing my personal concern, but I am also speaking on behalf of many parents who only speak Spanish. We are asking for accessible, transparent, and clear information in Spanish regarding the sex ed curriculum, because we believe that it is extremely important that every parent needs to know what it is being talked about, since so many students in our schools are of Latino origin. Lastly, I want to plead with the school board to take into consideration HEART curriculum. The HEART curriculum complies with the AB 329 law, and it is family friendly. The HEART curriculum works together with the teacher, a student, and parents to educate about sex, but not to indoctrinate. It upholds abstinence and the parents' rights to implement their own family values. It is important for the Santa Barbara School Unified District to let parents choose between HEART and the Teton curriculum. These children are ours, and we are responsible of their upbringing, health, life, and education. I wasn't expecting Teen Talk to be voted today, since Maldonado said on Monday, August 31st, when we met, that she would host a forum with the Hispanic community through Zoom, even though I asked her to please wait and do it in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Moni Duet. Ms. Duet, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you, board. I'll just be brief. I want to say that I am actually very much for sex ed. And one thing that concerns me here is that there's a lot of division in our community because they couldn't see the program. And I remember Kate Ford, I think, at the initial board meeting liked HEART better. I really haven't seen them, but I think the thing that's going to happen is a lot of kids are going to be forced to opt out, and then they won't have sex ed. And I think we should think seriously about that because we do want kids to have sex ed. So why don't we pick something, try to pick something people can agree on rather than have it be that some kids won't get anything. And I think that's kind of dangerous. Having come from a very strict Catholic background, I think that sometimes not getting any information is dangerous. And I think we should pick something that appeals to everyone so that we don't have this kind of us and them situation. Anyway, thank you. And I hope you don't have a long night.
Thank you. Next we have Bruce Maurer. Mr. Maurer, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be short and sweet here. I just echo the sentiments of the speakers before me. I think this is an outrageous proposal. I don't think it's to the benefit of any student. And I think it should be voted down and just entirely eliminated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jill Rivera. Ms. Rivera, can you hear us?
Oh, hi there. Yeah, this is Jill Rivera, and I would like to voice my opinion in opposition to the Teen Talk curriculum. I'm in favor of the HEART curriculum, and I think Moni's point was very well spoken regarding we don't need any more division, and we all agree that we want our kids to have sex education. My concern is that many of us are painfully aware of the recent headlines of sexual abuse and trafficking of minors as we've become aware of the Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and the NXIVM sex ring indictments. And sharing sexual materials highlighted by experts as one of the things to look out for as a red flag for sexual grooming. And sexual grooming is defined as one of the things to look out for is capitalizing on a child's or kids' natural curiosity to normalize sexual behavior by showing pictures, videos, text messages, photos, websites, notes, etc., of a sexual nature. From what I understand about Teen Talk, the curriculum is very sexualized, and I believe we need to protect our kids in this age of, growing awareness of sex trafficking and sexual grooming. I'm also aware of AB 1227, which is Human Trafficking Prevention Education and Training Act, which requires school districts to include human trafficking prevention education in grades 7 through 12. I would like to know what the board's plans are to address that. And many of us have lived through the Matt Academy sexting scandal, and we were labeled appalled. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Eva Maria Catalan. Let's get Catalan, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Eva Catalan, and I'm a youth organizer with Future Leaders of America, and I'm here to support Teen Talk. Teen Talk is a child-compliant curriculum, and all instructional materials are both in English and Spanish. Also, it's an inclusive, accurate, and unbiased comprehensive sexual health and HIV prevention educational curriculum. Overall, Teen Talk serves the best interests of our students and should be adopted without delay. On the other hand, HEART curriculum promotes bias on the basis of gender identity, and violation of the EC 51933 and 220. It also cites an article by the American College of Pediatrics, which has been designated as an anti-LGBT hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center. Sir, I urge you all to think about our current and future students and support Teen Talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Next 5 speakers are Mari Flores, Lucy Rubalcaba, Sara Aguinia, Liliana Blancarte, Hilda Garcia. We'll go with Mari Flores. Mari, can you hear us, Ms. Flores?
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, everybody. Hello, my name is Mari Flores. I'm a mother of 2 teens, and I know this topic is very sensitive to talk about, but I am against Teen Talk due to teaching children to consent to sex, how to negotiate sexual encounter, or how to ask for or get consent from other children to engage in sexual acts with them. They shouldn't ever be encouraged to consent to sex. It also promotes sexual pleasure. It teaches children that they are entitled or to have right to sexual pleasure. To seek out sexual pleasure, it also fails to present data on the multiple negative potential outcomes for sexual active children. Then we wonder why there's so much prostitution, sexual diseases, unwanted pregnancies, and on and on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Lucy Rubalcaba.
Ms. Rubalcaba, can you hear us? Hello? Yes, you may begin. All right, thank you. Good evening, everybody. My husband and I are not in agreement with this curriculum. That's why I am calling in tonight, because the students need to learn how to read and write, to count, and they need to learn history, not a twisted subject like Teen Talk. I think that will create a lot of confusion in our children's brains, and it doesn't go along with what God teaches. And so we are in favor of the curriculum heart. We believe that you set rules that it doesn't matter if we parents oppose it. You don't even take into account what we feel. And we feel like we don't have a voice. As parents, we should have the option of what our children are taught. So please reconsider and do not vote in favor of Teen Talk. Our children are at risk of changing their sexuality, and our girls are at risk of getting pregnant, and our boys are in risk of becoming women, and this is too much for their age. So please listen to the parents, because we really appreciate the work that you all are doing, but also please listen to us as parents. We have a right to have an opinion and to decide what our children are taught and to see if we are in agreement or not. God bless you. Thank you. The next person is Sara Aguiniga. Ms. Aguiniga, can you hear us? Yes, good evening. Can you hear me? Yes, you may begin. Okay, my name is Sara Aguiniga, and I am speaking on behalf of our Hispanic community and on behalf of my family. I appreciate the opportunity that you give us to express our opinion. We do not agree with Teen Talk. It goes against our beliefs and values. We find it too explicit and graphic. It teaches kids to have sex when they are not ready. We believe that Teen Talk motivates and pushes young people to have sex when they are not ready for that. And this will lead them to have consequences and experiences that will affect their future and their families. I didn't find out about Teen Talk through the school, but through a meeting that a friend of mine organized to inform parents. I would appreciate that you all would really reach out to the Hispanic community, because all of the parents that I talked to didn't know what we were talking about today. And so I do agree that kids should be taught about sexuality, but with the heart curriculum. So I am not in favor of Teen Talk. Thank you. I have 3 children that are in Santa Barbara schools, and this pandemic has also given us a lot of tools, us as parents, to be able to educate our children. And if it's necessary, if this curriculum is approved, I will pull my children out of school. But I am speaking on behalf of all the innocent children that are not here today. Thank you.
Next is Hilda Garcia. Ms. Garcia, can you hear us? Ms. Garcia, can you hear us? Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Garcia, and I am a parent of a La Colina student, and I am in favor of Teen Talk. Statistics show that there is high support for sex education, 92 on ethnicity, 89 on African Americans, 82 on Asian, and 89 on Hispanics. But I feel like we still need to get more education on our kids. Not talking openly about sex and healthy relationships leave our kids in the dark, led to high rates of pregnancies at young age, abusive relationships, and high school dropouts. As a parent of a young girl, I support and encourage teen talk. I want my daughter to get the proper sex education and the right tools that can guide her to make healthy decisions about her body and to reach out when she needs it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next 5 speakers are Peggy Wilson, Laura Gomez, Lawanda Croft, Ana Munoz, and Tanya Israel. Ms. Peggy Wilson. Ms. Wilson, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you again. I want to talk to the board specifically about Dr. Harder's report that she did. So this board is standing by the report done by Dr. Harder in fulfillment of Ed Code 6002. And Ed Code 6002 says parents and the community shall be involved in the decision. What Dr. Harder didn't say when she gave it the first time was that her report was done on the responses of 27 people. That's for 14,000 students you have in the school district. I know you're just saying this is 7th and 8th grade, but it affects all of the community, all of the families, and all of the schools. And as we can see, it was inadequately communicated to the Hispanics because they thought, oh, health ed, not sex ed, because it was the Child Healthy Act. So you basically, the board and Dr. Harder are complicit in not allowing all the parents to see this material. And that's why it's a sham and a pretense of a report. And this is no respect to you, Dr. Hardy. I mean, I'm not attacking you personally, only professionally, that this is a farce of a report. It was supposed to be a meaningful representation of the community, and it was not. So you cannot vote on this tonight, board members. I implore you. This is absolutely a sham to vote on this tonight. They have come after you. There was a meeting last week for a forum, and you need to have a forum, and everyone needs to see, because we do want sex education, but not teen talk.
Thank you. Next is Laura Gomez.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Yes. Hello? Yes, you may begin. Hello? Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. You may begin. Okay, thank you. Good evening to all of the board members. My name is Laura Gomez, and as a mother of a teenager, I am in favor of the Teen Talk curriculum. Before, I was not convinced about this program due to misinformation. That's why I asked for more information, and I was able to see the table of contents, and I didn't see anything terrible like everybody is saying. The more terrible thing is what our children are exposed to every single day on the internet, on the street, and sometimes even within their own homes. And if they are not informed, the risk is much higher. Many parents in our community know that it is very difficult to talk about these topics, about sexuality. It's a taboo still. So that's why it's important that we listen to our teenagers. They have expressed interest in having a program that guides them. Also, parents should be guided with regards to these topics. And I do believe and I agree that it is important to inform parents much more, because there's a lot of misinformation with regards to this program. Thank you. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Next we have Ana Munoz. Ms. Munoz, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Ana Munoz, and I'm a junior at San Marcos High School. The HEART curriculum is written through a sexual risk avoidance lens. Sexual risk avoidance education is simply branding of abstinence-only education, been prohibited in the state since 2003 with SB 71. Instead, in accordance with CHIA, students must be provided with a comprehensive sexual health and HIV prevention education, like the Teen Talk curriculum, and for good reason. Recounting the findings of a 2002 report from the National Campaign to Prevent Teen and Unplanned Pregnancy, the group California Latinas for Reproductive Justice writes that, indeed, research has found comprehensive sexuality education to be effective in delaying teen sex, increasing condom use, and reducing unintended pregnancies and STDs. It is understandable that some people's instincts tell them that the best way to keep children out of harm's way is to hide them from what they consider them not old enough to understand. But when science shows plain and simple that that is not, in fact, the best way to keep children safe, it is imperative to listen. The science tells us that we need to arm our children with knowledge, not fear and not shame. The HEART curriculum stigmatization of LGBTQ plus identity and non-nuclear family structures is in no way beneficial to our students and has no place in our education system. I implore the school district board to approve the Teen Talks curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tanya Israel. Ms. Israel, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Israel. I'm a professor in UCSB's Gewurz Graduate School of Education. I hold a master's degree in human sexuality education and a doctoral degree in counseling psychology. And I want to voice my support for the Teen Talk curriculum. Having reviewed the curriculum, it's clear to me that Teen Talk prioritizes values, consent, and accurate information. Abstinence is clearly identified as the only 100% safe option, but it is not an abstinence-only curriculum. What the science shows is that abstinence only until marriage approaches do not delay adolescent participation in intercourse, and they leave teens ill-equipped when they do have sex. I recognize there are some parts of the Teen Talk curriculum that might raise concern for some parents, such as discussion of contraception, safer sex, and abortion. What the science shows is that 13% of heterosexual California ninth graders have had sexual intercourse, some of whom are not using contraception or practicing safer sex. If we're not teaching 7th and 8th graders about contraception, safer sex, and what to do if you're involved in a pregnancy, we're too late. I noticed that Teen Talk discusses anal sex, which I thought might make some people uncomfortable. So I looked into the research. One study found that 16% of teen girls engaged in anal sex with a primary partner, and some teens are having anal sex to avoid pregnancy. Some people might be uncomfortable with discussion of LGBT issues. What science shows is that parental support for sexual and gender minority youth decreases suicidality. Parents fighting against their children learning about the range of sexual and gender experiences does not. Our school district needs to comply with state law. I encourage the school board to adopt the Teen Talk curriculum without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next 5 speakers are Valeria Hernandez, Katie Buhner, Roseanne Crawford, Margarita Jimenez, Rosario Escobar. Go ahead. Valeria Hernandez.
Ms. Hernandez, can you hear us? Yes, good evening. Yes, my name is Valeria, and I have 2 daughters. I didn't know about this curriculum, but I think you guys are acting and taking advantage of this situation, and you are taking us out of this process as parents. And I think that, there are other tools for us as parents to be able to educate ourselves and our children. And I don't need a curriculum because as a mother, I am the only one who is responsible for educating my daughters with values and morals and Christian values. I don't need Teen Talk for them to be able to know about sex, to be able to know how to have a relationship with a man, because I can teach them with Christian values. I think that this is a very disrespectful for our children's innocence because we are exploiting their innocence, and we are giving them too much information too soon. We are affecting their process, their development, both in their mind and their innocence. I am speaking in favor of all the mothers who still don't know about this curriculum because they have to work. And so I think that you all are taking advantage of that. Thank you. Thank you.
Gracias. Looking for our next speakers, but they don't seem to be online. I'm going to go to next speaker, Linda Bonet. Ms. Bonet, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, school board members and Superintendent Maldonado. The case at hand is voting on Teen Talk. For the record, I'm against it. I have no delusions that you will listen to parents, grandparents, and concerned citizens. Why? Because you haven't in the past and won't tonight. Teen Talk fits right into your agenda. Coincidentally, it's the same agenda that has been adopted by the National Democrat Party platform. It is anti-God, anti-family, especially anti-fathers, anti-baby, born and preborn, and anti-children in general. I speak for a majority of parents and grandparents who have been paying attention to what this board has been passing. This board is a microcosm of what's happening nationally. 4 years ago, the nation rejected the corruption of the entrenched establishment of both parties and voted in a long shot populist who vowed to give the power back to the people, AKA the parents and grandparents. A wise young man stated nearly a year ago at one of these meetings that we the people have the power to vote the board members out. His name is Elrod McClure. He and others are running for school board to do just that. It remains to be seen on November 3rd if Santa Barbara follows the national trend of giving power back to we the people, AKA the parents and grandparents. Vote Elrod McClure and Brian Campbell, November 3rd. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next 5 speakers are Lori Whaley, Charles Cole, Bonnie Johnson, Sean Cleary, and Thomas Cole. Lori Whaley, can you hear us? Ms. Whaley, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Members of the school board, my name is Lori Whaley. I'm a mother of 3 grown children and 10 grandchildren. I've been a teacher for 15 years. I was a past PTA president and actively served in the school board as a parent liaison for my district in Orange County. I have 7 grandchildren who live in Santa Barbara and 3 in Orange County where Teen Talk was not adopted. I've reviewed the Teen Talk curriculum. I attended the initial board meeting where over 300 concerned parents openly communicated their lack of support. My support is for the HEART curriculum and against Teen Talk. I also signed the petition against Teen Talk with the other 1,000 plus who are against it. In all my years of being involved in every aspect of education and childhood development, I've never seen a board so recklessly disregard the majority feedback of informed parents and science-based facts when considering adopting a sex ed curriculum like Teen Talk. I'm adamantly against this medically inaccurate, graphic curriculum for any student in this district. As you as a board have a sworn responsibility to protect our children and a fiduciary responsibility to the district to provide a curriculum that recognizes parental rights. You also as a board will be held responsible and accountable for this. I strongly urge you to reject Teen Talk and choose the HEART curriculum for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Charles Cole.
Unmute, there we go. You good to hear?
Yes, go ahead.
Excellent. First of all, I would like to ask what part of sexual health is giving a 12 to 14-year-old a penis model in class? What part of a sexual health education is that? 12 to 14. I don't understand. I am going to take the information from this curriculum and excerpted quotes, and I will be giving this to let's say every parent in the county, or at least try to, as many as I can, to make sure they have this information so that they can make an informed decision on it. And hopefully they're voters. And when they see this, they will be able to vote the people, if it is voted in, out of office. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have LaWanda Croft.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. My name is Lewanda Croft. I hold a Bachelor's of Arts in Psychology and a minor in Women's Studies. I am also a parent of a 6-year-old daughter. I adamantly oppose teen talk, text talk for teens. I am, as a mother, feel that it is my responsibility to teach my daughter about sex education and not the role of the school board to teach her about sex ed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Bonnie Johnson.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear
Okay.
you. Go ahead.
All right. I'm Bonnie Johnson, and I'm a retired teacher from Carpinteria. I have 2 kids that I raised there, and now I'm a grandmother of 3, soon to be 4, and I oppose the teen talk. I believe it teaches graphic and physical sex ed in a very inappropriate way to our youth, and I would highly recommend the HEART curriculum. I believe it teaches appropriate sex education, and so many parents are opposed to this. The Spanish community has not had a chance to really get the viewpoint, and I think that each parent should be able to understand what's really being taught. My husband and I do a lot of counseling for couples, and I see so many couples having troubles in so many areas that I believe kids need curriculum that discusses these areas, discusses relationships and how to appropriately get along in both the sex and communicating. And so I employ you to not vote for the teen talk and vote for the HEART curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next 5 speakers are Sean Cleary, Thomas Cole, Betsy Cleary, Leanne Simendel, Peter Bollinger. And I apologize if I mispronounce your last name. Mr. Sean Cleary, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. First of all, thank you very much for the time and energy that you put into serving our community. We all appreciate that. The school is so important to each of us, and for taking the time to hear us as we all express our opinions on this emotional topic. Clearly, this is a very divisive issue in our community. Clearly, it has not been fully vetted to date. You need to take more time on this topic. You know this in your hearts, that you need to take the time appropriate to let the community get their head wrapped around this. I am very specifically, adamantly opposed to this teen talk. I find it deeply offensive that the school board would try and promote these types of topics to our children. It's absurd to me. Not to everybody, but it is to me and to a very large percentage of our community, and you need to respect that. This is not the time to push additional divisiveness into our community. I beseech you, table this for now. You do not need to create more divisiveness. Let this go, let the community speak, and do not, I implore you, do not endorse this Teen Talk program.
Thank you. Next is Thomas Cole. Mr. Cole, can you hear us?
Yes, hello. This is Thomas Cole of Montecito, and I represent CAPE, Citizens Against Porn Education, and we are against the teen talk, and we are a group of concerned parents and educators and residents of Montecito, Santa Barbara, and we want the board to know that if teen talk goes through, we are prepared to file suit against each one of you for supplying porn to our teens. And in court, we would have you all explain to a judge and jury the most interesting parts of teen talk. And in open court, we would have you recite the text of teen talk and have those transcripts sent out to the community with your names attached and see how much you really support teen talk. So we at Cape hope you will all consider carefully before you foist this porn ed upon our teens. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. Next is Betsy Cleary.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, we are family with 3 adult children that graduated from Goleta Valley Junior High in DP. One went on to UCSB, 2 at Stanford. Hi, Sean. You were an instrumental part of our kids. We appreciate you very much. We love our local education, public education through the years, but I strongly disagree with Teen Talk curriculum. With current headlines such as California leading a sex education revolution, another headline, California state legislature just passing pro-pedophilia legislation, another headline, sex trafficking rings and pedophiles are being arrested daily. This is not the time that you would be proposing to put children at risk by placing online explicit materials in their faces. Very much at risk. I like the gentleman who's going to bring the lawsuit, because you'll be forced to look at this very seriously. This is a divisive topic to our community. It is not the time to create more divisiveness. We have enough right now. Please table this for now so people can become educated. And then with that, I would also very much encourage the HEART curriculum. Thank you very much. Just if I have time, this was done, an opt-out was not allowed for our child when she was in junior high, Goleta Valley Junior High in 8th grade, where this stuff was taught in her leadership class 10 years ago. We led the charge on that because I found out, because she was so upset when she met me in the school parking lot, that she got this sprung on her. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Peter Bollinger. Mr. Bollinger, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, this is Peter Bollinger. Want to thank you for your efforts on the school board. I too serve on a board. I live here in Montecito. However, I've reviewed the summary of Teen Talk, and I'm definitely not in favor of it. Not because it teaches about sex education, but because there are no mention of moral values in the decision making. And I'm a Christian, I'm a person of faith, and I believe my views regarding moral values and of course parental involvement are shared by many in this community. And so I would urge you to find a curriculum that would incorporate moral values in the decision making and parental involvement. So thank you.
Thank you. Next 5 speakers are John Sadusta, Lorraine Woodard, Bianca Orozco, Julia Hamilton, Cressida Silvers. We go with John Sadusta. Mr. Sadusta is not online. We go next, Lorraine. Ms. Woodard is also not online. Bianca Orozco. Ms. Orozco, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. Hi, everyone. Bianca Orozco is Standing Together to End Sexual Assault, formerly the Santa Barbara Rape Crisis Center. Since 1974, we have been providing support services to survivors of sexual assault and their significant others. These services include speaking with our students about sexual assault, including human sex trafficking, bringing awareness to the issue and facts at an early age, and discussing the cultural changes needed to be made to prevent it. We support the implementation of Teen Talk that sets the foundation for inclusive, safe, and open communication around sex, consent, and sexual assault, and ultimately aids in our mission to eradicate sexual violence. And I hope that you can vote on its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Julie Hamilton.
There we go. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for listening so carefully to this input. I urge you to adopt and implement the Teen Talk Sexuality Education Program. And I am writing this letter not just as the parent of a 5th grader who hopefully will soon be taking this class in a few years, but I'm also writing as that folks recognize that there are religious communities that are in support of comprehensive and fact-based sexuality education for our kids. Accurate, inclusive, honest information dismantles stereotypes and assumptions, builds self-acceptance and self-esteem. It fosters healthy relationships and improves decision-making. As others have mentioned, that there's actually outcomes that show that comprehensive and fact-based sexuality education delays initial sexual activity, increases sexual health, gives people the capacity to make healthy decisions. And it's also important that we don't marginalize or ignore the LGBTQ students and families. All their studies have shown that the health outcomes are drastically impacted, and abstinence-based education can an important role to play in this conversation, and I urge you to support a curriculum like Teen Talk. And I really look forward to the conversations that it will start with my daughter when she participates in a few years. Thank you so much.
Time. Thank you. Next is Christina Silvers. Ms. Silvers, can you hear us?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Board, Superintendent Maldonado. I am a current Santa Barbara Unified parent with 3 daughters. And firstly, I want to thank everyone at the district who worked so tirelessly to get us through these unbelievably challenging times as best we can. I really appreciate that you prioritize the prevention of additional deaths due to COVID-19 while working to address the impacts of remote learning on our most vulnerable students. And it's because of these same values of prioritizing the life, the health, and the safety of our children that I support your approval of Teen Talk. Thank you for the multiple parent forums you held on this before the shutdown and for making the curriculum available for review. Children are exposed to all kinds of misinformation and pressures in person and online. To counter that, they need and deserve a solid foundation of trusted factual resources. Teen Talk is a high-quality sex ed program that is developmentally appropriate and medically accurate. It is non-judgmental, and it promotes knowledge and interpersonal skills our children can use for a lifetime of healthy relationships that avoid unplanned pregnancies, STDs, and harm to themselves and each other. Research shows that a high-quality sex education reduces incidences of sexual assault and its lifetime consequences for both the victims and victimizers. That alone makes it worthwhile, in my opinion. I also like that Teen Talk encourages the conversation to continue at home with us, the parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next 5 speakers are Johnny Kelly, Manuela Fierros, Daniela Elias, Eileen Kovacevic, and Angela Ortega. Johnny Kelly.
Hi, this is Joni Kelly. Thank you for this opportunity to share my support of the Teen Talk curriculum. As a La Colina parent of 8th grade boy-girl twins, I speak firsthand to the desperate need for Teen Talk. There is so much misinformation. Many kids are given little or no information about healthy sexual behavior, gender identity, pregnancy, and STD prevention, or have guardians that are uncomfortable discussing these important issues with them. I know of 8th graders who have had babies, and many more questioning their gender identity and feeling alone and ostracized. Teen Talk provides them with the information, resources, and support they need. I disagree strenuously with many of the views presented here by a small but vocal and politically motivated group that support a program backed by anti-LGBTQ+ activists, and I wholeheartedly believe that the Teen Talk curriculum provides fact-based, non-judgmental, inclusive information that will help our young adults make the best choices. Teen Talk is not in lieu of parents giving moral foundation and strong values. It's in addition to it. Vote yes on Teen Talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Manuela Fierros.
Ms. Fierros, can you hear us? Yes, good evening. Can you hear me? Yes, you may begin. Yes, good evening. My name is Manuela Fierros. I have 2 children that go to this school district here in Santa Barbara, and I am in favor of sex ed for many reasons, because we as Latinos didn't receive sex ed, and many parents and many people became parents at an early age because they didn't have adequate education. In my case, I feel like it's a need both for students and for parents, because in my case, my children ask me things that I don't know how to answer because I don't know the answer to that. So I support having this type of education with our children so that they receive an appropriate and adequate sexual education, and not like we learned it. So I am in support of this curriculum for our students. That's all. Thank you. Thank you.
Next, Daniela Elias.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Daniela Elias. I am a junior at San Marcos High School. I am a Latinx student who believes that Teen Talk is the best option for our community. I'm here to lay out some information about the HEART curriculum and why we shouldn't implement it in our schools. HEART approaches sexual health education through a sexual risk avoidance lens that privileges the avoidance of certain behaviors as the primary tool to protect sexual health. This is supported neither by science nor California policy. Teaching teens about sex and its risks through this method, in my experience, does nothing to prevent students from having sex and instead blocks them from information they need to live healthy sex lives. California law requires that sexual education meet the CHYA's mandate. This means providing students with unbiased knowledge and skills to protect their health and develop healthy attitudes concerning adolescent development, gender, sexual orientation, and relationships. The HEART curriculum goes against this law because it promotes stereotypes based on sexual orientation. For example, conflating same-sex relations with pedophilia in Lesson 9.4.3. Another example can be seen when the curriculum directly connects gay men with having AIDS. Having the HEART curriculum would directly hurt the LGBTQ+ students in our school district. I hope you approve the implementation of Teen Talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Eileen Kovacevic. Ms. Kovacevic, can you hear us? Seems she's not responding. I'm going to go to the next person. Angela Ortega. Ms. Ortega, can you hear us?
Yes.
Go ahead.
My name is Angela Ortega, and I'm a sophomore at San Marcos High School and a youth leader with Future Leaders of America. I'm in favor of having Teen Talk. The reason why you should not put in the HEART as the next curriculum is because HEART stigmatizes committed relationships outside the context of marriage in violation of EC 51933, see Lesson 12.4.3. Also, families without 2 biological married parents, see Lesson 5.4.4. HEART curriculum off the bat promotes great disapproval of my family. That is essentially erasing my existence. A curriculum should not make students feel not valid because they do not meet their family standards. Do not let HEART programs into our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next 5 speakers are James Finkner, Esmeralda Perez, Brian Campbell, Tim Mahoney, Barbara Ireland, and Mr. James Finkner. And Mr. Finkner, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Board members and President Capps, I've recently become aware of a questionnaire that's been asked by the Democratic Central Committee for all school board members seeking their endorsement. And the reason this is important in this section is because there was a specific question regarding Teen Talk. And what I would like to ask is for all the board members to share your full and complete answers to all endorsement questionnaires. Because the problem is anything less kind of smacks of backroom deals with special interest groups. I mean, I don't know if you've answered yes, you support Teen Talk, even if you know there's other more popular scientific options out there. If you said no to Teen Talk, how did you magically receive the Democrat committee endorsement? So I'd like to know which of the 3 incumbent school board members have not pledged your support to Teen Talk in order to get a personal election endorsement. I really hope nobody sold themselves so cheaply. I hear lots of election promises regarding transparency. So sharing your full answers of all endorsement questionnaires would really be a great place to start. And this way, the community will know what important decisions have already been made for us behind closed doors rather than with us, as they should be openly in a public forum.
Thank you. Next is Esmeralda Perez.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi. Good evening, board members. My name is Esmeralda Perez. I am a 2020 graduate of Dos Pueblos High School, and I am a concerned community member. I believe that Teen Talk is a vital curriculum which regards the importance of sex education in our community. Coming up from a Latinx household myself, I never felt comfortable with having sex talks that the HEART curriculum pushes for. The HEART program dismisses the LGBTQ+ community, while the Teen Talk acknowledges the LGBTQ+ identifying students. These identifying students are more at risk of sexually transmitted diseases because heterosexual parents usually don't know the safest way for their students to be protected, and schools don't usually cover this information. We cannot be another reason why the LGBTQ+ community continues to suffer from sexually transmitted diseases. The HEART program sugarcoats the idea of sex and idolizes heterosexual marriages and is religiously biased. This continues to exclude the LGBTQ+ community and students that have parents that are divorced. Teen Talk does not take the parents' right to be a part of the sex talks with their children. Educated students means protected students. I urge you to support Teen Talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Brian Campbell. Mr. Campbell, can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I'm here. How are you guys tonight?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, thank you again for the board, for you guys taking the time and doing all this. I understand the time constraints and the positions that you guys are in. I would like to express, would someone please translate the Spanish speakers to English so we can all participate equally? I think it's incredibly unfair that they are not translated so we can hear what those parents have to say. Thank you to everybody who spoke up. I am for sex education. Not liking Teen Talk has nothing to do with support or lack of support for the LGBTQ community. I have to say, as a father of 2 kids in the schools, I'm concerned about this promoting sexual behavior and sexual pleasure. There's no talk about the emotional state of mind that goes to engaging in this adult behavior. And as a parent, I don't feel comfortable having the school tell my kids about anal sex and that it's a good way to avoid pregnancy and that anal is the same as abstinence. Abstinence is abstinence, and abstinence is the only way to avoid pregnancy. What medical research does the school have that anal sex is not harmful? So it appears the school is condoning sex. I want to say to everybody, I've been listening to all of you on this topic and regarding the lack of transparency, such as the talk that we went to, which was labeled as a health talk, not teen talk or sex talk, and only 10 parents were there. I'm Brian Campbell. I'm running for school board, and I'm running to give you a voice. I, as a parent with 2 children in our local schools, will listen to all of your concerns. After all, I have children here too, and I'm very concerned about everything that I've been hearing and the lack of transparency. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Next we have Barbara Ireland. Miss Ireland, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I'm Barbara Ireland, and I've lived in Santa Barbara for 53 years. We raised our daughters in the public schools. I wish I would have paid more attention to what the schools were teaching then, but that was a walk in the park compared to what they're teaching now. I'm a grandparent of 5 and a mentor mother to a junior high student, and I'm very concerned about this new sex education they're trying to get passed to teach our children from kindergarten through high school. I'm amazed that any parent would think it's okay to teach children anal sex and how to engage in sexual activity without resulting in pregnancy. And if pregnancy should occur, then they'll send them straight to Planned Parenthood. They're trying to normalize what shouldn't be normal for children. It's called spiritual genocide. This is going to affect the children for the rest of their lives. How about letting children be children and teaching abstinence when it's appropriate? It's hard enough for kids trying to fit in and be comfortable with who they are, made in the image of God. As a taxpayer, I strongly object to Teen Talk being taught in the schools. Thank you.
Sandra,
yes.
Before you continue, I'd like to have the interpreters explain one more time for our audience how interpretation works. I just heard a comment that some people are not hearing the Spanish translation, and now we have interpretation that is actively happening. So if I can have either Frida or Sophia.
It's working well for me, just for everyone to know. So, but sure, maybe take this opportunity to explain it one more time.
Yeah, I think just an opportunity to explain to the audience who is not Spanish speaking or not English speaking one more time, how they can activate the interpretation. Thank you.
Yes, hello, this is the interpreter speaking. If you are an English speaker, you will see a globe at the bottom right of your screen. And you can select that globe that says interpretation and select English as your language. And you will hear everything that's said in Spanish be interpreted into English. So all of the English speakers, go ahead and click on the globe and select your language, English.
¿Y ahora en español, Sofía?
Y en español, para todas las personas que hablan español, pueden seleccionar el globo en la parte de abajo que dice interpretación y eligen su idioma español. Y ahí van a poder escuchar la interpretación de todo lo que se dice en inglés al español.
Thank you, Sofía. Gracias. Thank you, Sandra.
I'll call the next 5 speakers. Luz Reyes Martin, Melissa De Soto, Timothy Frickle, Cynthia Ireland, Lauren Bianchi Clement. I'll start with Luz Reyes Martin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees. I'm a mom, and I'm speaking today to express my support for inclusive sex education. When I was a teen in public schools, I know that my public education did not provide inclusive and comprehensive sex education. I wish that my friends and I would have had unbiased and accurate information and a safe space in school to learn and ask questions. I was very supportive of passage of the California Healthy Youth Act. Teens in Santa Barbara County deserve to have the information they need to stay healthy and safe. It is the law to implement a curriculum that meets the high bar established by CHIA. Teen Talk meets the state standard. We know how important it is that our youth get the honest and non-judgmental facts they need about sex and healthy relationships. I want my kids and teens in our community to have accurate information that celebrates their diverse identities and gives them what they need to make informed decisions about their sexual health. Please adopt the Teen Talk curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Melissa De Soto. Ms. De Soto, can you hear us? Okay, Ms. De Soto is not answering. I'm going to go ahead and move to our next speaker, Mr. Timothy Prico. Mr. Prico, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the school board. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm Timothy Prico. Me and my wife, Anya, are raising 3 beautiful daughters here in Santa Barbara. And we're privileged to do that. With privilege comes responsibility. Our fathers found this country on Judeo-Christian principles. The family is the foundation of God's creation. God has given a responsibility to parents to raise children and teach them moral values. We, the people, elect officials to protect the rights that we have and not to take them away. Our family has lived through socialism, communism, and Marxism in the former USSR, the targeted nuclear and could and would take children away from you to indoctrinate them if you would not teach them what they were told to teach. Do you see where we're heading now? Today we have an option to opt out, tomorrow you would not. We don't want this to repeat in America. God has not entrusted our children to the state or the school. God has entrusted them to us, the parents. And we are for education, not indoctrination. We, the parents, know better our children, and we know what to teach them at the proper development level. And that is why we're objecting Teen Talk and support health curriculum. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you. Next is Lauren Bianchi-Clement.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, President Capps and fellow board members and Superintendent Maldonado. I'm a mother of a Goleta Union School District student who will be attending a Santa Barbara Unified School for junior high. As a parent, I strongly support your board's approval of staff's recommendation. It's time. It's beyond time, actually, for compliance with the California Health Youth Act of 2016. The curricula, Teen Talk, selected and vetted by your staff and parents, meets the standards of the state. Today's decision is simple. It's the law, and every child deserves access to education about sexuality and relationships that is scientifically accurate, realistic, and non-judgmental. I want my child to feel safe and celebrate their identity and those different from their own. I understand how to develop and maintain healthy relationships and make informed decisions about their own sexual health. I implore your board to move forward on improving Teen Talk Middle School. I hope all of you listen to the voices of students you heard tonight. Going forward, I hope that the district can be engaged with trusted health experts in the community, such as Pacific Pride Foundation, Planned Parenthood, and the County Public Health Department. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Next 5 speakers are Gail Teton Landis, Mary Wright, Sally Abraham, Chris Haskell, and Angel Lopez. Go ahead, Gail Landis. Ms. Landis, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Ms. Capps and the board. I came here as a former Santa Barbara Women's County Commissioner and a mother to speak tonight in support of Teen Talk program. When we were looking at these issues of sex education as women commissioners, we had studies that had shown that the more information students had, the better decisions they would make. I hope you will support and improve Teen Talk. And I have to say that as the chair of the Santa Barbara County Democratic Party, I need to respond to some of the accusations brought forward by the first speaker of the night, who also spoke against the Teen Talk issue, Mr. McLaren. In particular, he called out Ms. Capps, Ms. Reed, and Ms. Sims-Moten, the local Democratic Party and the party's questionnaire. To be clear, our questionnaire has about 50 questions or statements that candidates respond to. There is no litmus test questions. No one has to sign a document or make a pledge in terms of supporting questions or programs addressed in our questionnaire. What he said was ill-informed, misguided, and absolutely untrue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Mary Wright.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Mary Wright, 70-year-old grandmother, born-again Christian. And I think a lot of us are missing the whole point here in that you're pretending to have control and know what's right from our children by teaching them clearly what is moral. You did not create our children, God did. God created you. Whether or not you believe in God or you can poo-poo what I'm saying, I used to be not believe. Since I've read the Bible now a few times and study it every day, I've come to believe that what God says is true and that he is real and that we are at the end of the age right now, that we are the Church of Laodicea, turning more to sin. What you are teaching our children is to let go of God and follow you, and yet you yourselves are sinners. We all are, none of us is perfect. I implore you to pick up a Bible. Know your heart. Don't just teach from the law, but find your heart. Ask Jesus into your heart. Ask him to give you the truth, his truth, and you'll find it. Without him, we're doomed. What we're doing is playing into the hands of Satan with our laws. Clearly, in the Bible, in the book of Isaiah, Isaiah spoke, "Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness, who put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. Woe to those who are wise in their own eyes and prudent in their own sight."
Thank you.
Read a Bible. Save yourselves. Thank you.
Next is Sally Abraham. Yes, Abraham, can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for your time tonight. And I'm here because I'm opposed to the Teen Talk curriculum. What makes us unique as people are our values, and trying to teach and motivate children to experience sexual relations is trying to indoctrinate the future generations into the same sexual practices, which not everybody practices the same thing, and not everybody should be told, you know, which practices they should have, such as anal sex. I think many parents just want the school to take care of this topic rather than them taking control. And I think it's our responsibility as parents to educate ourselves, you know, because we had those children. So it's our responsibility to teach them about sex education. The HEART curriculum also complies with the government requirements, and it should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Chris Haskell.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you speak up a little louder, please?
Sure. How's that?
Better.
Does that work? All right. Well, thank you very much for letting us say our piece. A lot of what I was going to say has already been said by others, so I'll keep my comments short. I am a father of 2 children currently enrolled in the Santa Barbara School District, and I speak in strong opposition to Teen Talk. These materials are graphic. They are inappropriate for children, especially in junior high. Taken as a whole, they promote and encourage sexual activity as normative behavior for our children. They paint a picture that there's nothing wrong with all different types of sexual activity, that there's nothing wrong with multiple partners being promiscuous, and that sex is safe with modest precautions being taken. That is neither true nor healthy. The picture presented in Teen Talk is analogous to someone just picking out a new wardrobe. You just go to the store, you pick out some new clothes, you try out different colors, and as long as you button up, everything will be fine. No one gets hurt. There are no lasting consequences, and everybody goes on their way. I call that the Janis Joplin philosophy. Shortly before dying of a heroin overdose at the age of 27, she was often quoted as saying, "If it feels good, just go ahead and do it." Teen Talk is exactly like that. It says to our young and very impressionable children, if it feels good, if it feels right to you, just go ahead and do it. That is tragic. It's tragic for the children and for their family. We all recognize how our society and our culture is being increasingly sexualized, and kids are not immune to that development. But that is not a reason for us to give up on our kids and to tell them to do what is best.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next 5 speakers are Luis Catalan, John Douglas, Jennifer Smith, Julie Mickleberry, Richard Skoll. Luis Catalan, can you hear us?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, my name is Luis Catalan. I am a junior at Santa Barbara High School. A reason why you shouldn't put HEART in as the next curriculum is because HEART promotes stereotypes based on gender. For example, stating that girls are more affected by teen sexual relations than boys in lesson 3.4.2 and sexual orientation. For example, associating same-sex relationships with pedophilia in lesson 9.4.3. It fails to be inclusive of same-sex relationships and couples, especially in context of parenting, explicitly required by Code 5/1933. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is John Douglas.
Board, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Great job. It's got to be so tough. You're doing your job here, you know, online in these long meetings. I just want to, I want to make sure that it's understood that I 100% agree with Eva Maria, Ana Munoz, Tanya Israel, Cressida Silvers, and Luz Reyes Martin, Lauren, Bianca Clemen, Gail Teton Landis, and Luis Catalan Bustos, that you should adopt the Teen Talk curriculum. Heart is trades in gender stereotypes that are inappropriate. It is, frankly, it violates the First Amendment of the Constitution by imposing a specific set of religious beliefs on people that may have different religious beliefs. And I think these allegations that it somehow promotes a certain type of sexuality is absurd. It is inclusive and non-judgmental, and therefore Teen Talk should be adopted by the board. And I just want to say, as to the folks that are running for the board, using this forum to promote their candidacies, I think is inappropriate and frankly ineffective. So let that be a warning to Brian Campbell and Elrod.
I'm sorry to
interrupt
you, but just to keep your comments addressed, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but just to remind everybody to address the board and not specific individuals. You can finish your comments, but just to keep that rule in mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And please adopt Teen Talk.
Thank you. Next is Jennifer Smith. Ms. Smith, can you hear us?
Hi, good evening. My name is Jennifer Smith, and I support the recommendation to approve the Teen Talk curriculum. And this curriculum will empower our youth to make good decisions regarding their sexual health and intimate relationships. And I really loved all of the online resources available to help parents have these important conversations with their kids. And most folks attending this meeting tonight have good relationships with their kids, but we need to empower our youth to make good decisions when we're not looking. One of my friends growing up became pregnant the summer after 8th grade. She was a good kid with good parents, but frankly, our school sex ed was nearly non-existent. No one discussed birth control, and they certainly didn't discuss how much responsibility and hard work it is to be a parent. We also need to empower our youth to stay healthy and be empowered when adults are part of the problem. As an attorney, I have worked with many survivors of intimate partner violence, sexual assault, and child abuse. It is so critical that we discuss healthy relationships and consent with our youth. And I really loved what one of the youth members said earlier about how important it is to instill knowledge and not fear or shame. This curriculum has been vetted by district staff, teachers in our community. Please adopt Teen Talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Julie Mickleberry. Ms. Mickleberry, can you hear us?
Good evening, trustees and Superintendent Maldonado. My name is Julie Mickleberry. I'm the mom of an 8th grader who attends La Colina Junior High, and I support Teen Talk. California schools have a responsibility to teach sex ed that is honest, free of judgment, medically accurate, based on science, and affirming to all young people. Research consistently shows that high quality, age appropriate, comprehensive sexuality education programs not only decrease rates of teen sexual activity, they increase positive health behaviors. Our teens deserve real sex ed. I reviewed Teen Talk, and I'm hopeful that the inclusive, medically accurate information included in this curriculum will help my son and his peers navigate puberty, develop skills that will help them in future relationships, build empathy and respect for each other's experiences, and empower them to make responsible decisions that protect their sexual health and well-being. I don't plan to stop talking about sex, sexuality, and my family values at home, but I'm looking forward to using Teen Talk as a conversation starter for our discussions. Teen Talk curriculum meets the state standard and is in the best interest of our students. Thank you for considering this curriculum. I urge you to adopt Teen Talk.
Thank you. Next is Richard Skoll. Mr. Skoll, can you hear us?
Just a minute. Okay, now, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. I'm a former credentialed teacher and I've taught in public and private schools. I've had a career as a biomedical engineer and I've worked on the introduction of many critical programs and policies in large organizational settings. I have a grandson in the city schools. A successful democracy depends on the people educated in a socially responsible ethic. Instead of a positive program to build a socially responsible sexual character, we're given Teen Talk, a simplistic, negative, retrograde band-aid for serious social problems. Teen Talk promotes socially and biologically unsound sexual activity and will add to the racial and economic disparity that it proposes to help. It gives no framework for responsible, ethical behavior and undermines familial relationships. The school district has had little parental involvement in developing a requirement for a sex education curriculum and has not given parents the ability to fully and adequately review the Teen Talk curriculum chosen. Some advocates and resources of Teen Talk are considered harmful by parents, and some advocates are financially interested as referral parties. The introduction of Teen Talk has been done in an unprofessional, unethical, and uneducational manner.
Time.
Is no better than signs that say white only. It's a slap in the face for parents who cannot afford to send their children elsewhere for the education they want. What we need is adult talk.
Next 5 speakers are Kathy Ireland, Lorraine Woodwork, Adrienne Hill, Susana Figueroa, Kelsey Cleary. And we'll go with Kathy Ireland. Miss Ireland, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. As a 1981 San Marcos graduate, Planned Parenthood came to our driver's ed class to inform us that we could have an abortion and our parents would never need to know. My husband's a local emergency room physician. If he gave an aspirin to a minor, he could have his medical license revoked, yet our children could have a procedure that would kill a human life and forever change theirs, and we would never know. At the moment of conception, a new life comes into being. The complete genetic blueprint is there. The blood type is determined, the unique set of fingerprints is determined, and the gender is determined. According to the law of biogenesis, all life comes from pre-existing life, and each species reproduces after its own kind. There's a 50% chance that the baby the mother is carrying is a boy who would have a penis. Clearly, the mother does not. The unborn is not a part of the mother's body, but resides within her body. As a human rights advocate, abortion is a human rights crisis. In Matthew 18:6, Jesus says, "Whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to stumble, it would be better for him that a heavy millstone be hung around their neck and they be drowned to the depths of the sea." Teen Talk violates Christian, Jewish, and Muslim faith. It violates science. It over-sexualizes our children, and it violates our precious children, and it does not deal with the aftermath of curriculum.
Time, thank you. Next we have Chelsea Cleary,
Kelsey.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm with my wife, Adrienne Cleary. We're actually we're combining. So when her name comes up, we can, oh, Adrienne Hill is what she's listed, her maiden name.
Okay.
Yeah. So we just desire to postpone this decision. I grew up here locally. I went to Dos Pueblos High School. I think my wife and I appreciate. We both have friends who are lesbian and gay, and we appreciate where they come from and these struggles. We also know that there is probably a better medium than Teen Talk to be implemented in the public school systems. I think we need to be educated on this more. The community needs to be educated on this more. This is a huge decision. I think from what we hear, there is great division on this topic. When the nation's divided like this, I think just supplementing this additionally is a big mistake to take right now. I think educating groups further and establishing that communication, finding a better medium, another alternative, would probably be the wisest decision. We care extremely much about the LGBTQ community and really appreciate them, but we want to we do believe that there is a better middle ground than this decision, and we would plead to expand that time frame and educate the community more. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last 8 speakers are Jose Figueroa, Cheryl Trusky, Mark Ashman, Mary Hudson, Barbara Battistini, Janine Dorn, Caroline Harrod, and Jeff Havlick. Jose Figueroa, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. With all due respect, members of the board, we are in opposition of this new curriculum because we have reviewed some of the materials of such curriculum and we have found them to be quite disturbing. What we found in this curriculum is basically pornography. It is not a healthy sex education. It promotes sodomy, and God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah for such acts, and surely will not spare these sexual acts either. We believe that if this type of curriculum is introduced to teens and kids in schools, it will damage kids spiritually, mentally, and physically. The list of negative consequences to teens will be catastrophic. We already have a major problem of sexual immorality because anybody, even kids, teens, have easy access to pornography. And now with this new curriculum, we will have a pandemic of sexual immorality because US is an example of many nations and they will follow. Just watch the news and you will find out how serious this problem is. A boy was sexually abused by a female teacher some time ago, and the teacher sent him nude pics of herself. The boy was sexually aroused, of course. One of the boy's statement was, "I felt I was forced to grow up faster," and it was because he was introduced to a sexual experience at an early age. This is happening in schools. Imagine if this curriculum falls into the wrong hands. Who teaches kids? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Cheryl Trosky. Mrs. Trosky, can you hear us? And she's not responding. I'm going to go to the next one. Mark Eisman. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Superintendent Maldonado, President Capps, and board members for this open, thorough, and transparent process. Tonight reminds me how difficult it is to keep a democracy. I'm a longtime religious leader in our community and recently retired pastor of Trinity Episcopal Church here in Santa Barbara. I speak tonight in support of Teen Talk. Many of our local religious leaders, Jewish, Catholic, Protestant, Unitarian, and others, believe in and support age-appropriate, medically accurate, comprehensive sexuality education for our children and youth, both in our congregations and local schools. We want young people to learn about their sexuality, not principally from their friends, the internet, or the media, but from reliable sources, including parents, families, faith communities, and schools. Our faith traditions affirm that sexuality is one of life's most precious blessings, and we need to be wise stewards of this gift. Finally, as a longtime volunteer with Planned Parenthood, let me refer to the National Clergy Advisory Board for Planned Parenthood in support of sexuality education in our schools. For the sake of our young people, we urge you to support programs that have been shown to be effective in providing young people with the age-appropriate information they need to grow up as healthy and happy as possible. As clergy, we feel
Time. Thank you.
Please adopt Teen Talk without further delay. Thank you.
Next, Mary Hudson. Ms. Hudson, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you now.
Go ahead.
Thank you for listening to both sides of the story. I was the first woman reporter on KTMS in 1977, and they would never let us file a report unless we gave both sides of the story. So we're glad that you're taking both sides tonight. And I encourage you to listen to what Jill Rivera had to say about, she was totally on point about the sex trafficking in the United States and grooming children for sex. There's a scripture in the Song of Solomon that says, don't awake love before it's time. And you know, you really don't want the blood of these children on your hands. And you think about the hurt and the pain and the trauma and the pregnancies and the abortions that will be caused because they will be learning things like, you know, anal sex and all this kind of thing. And a lot of the things about anal sex, it says that they're being told medically inaccurate statistics regarding the effectiveness of condom use in anal sex, according to an Orange County pediatrician. They are not being told the truth that anal sex is the highest risk behavior for transmission of HIV and other STDs. And condoms are not FDA approved for anal sex. So you've got to look at this HEART curriculum. You've got to take it alongside the Teen Talk, and parents should be involved. There should be another discussion of it, and it should be, you know, each side should be clearly explained because people are obviously in confusion now.
Time. Thank you. Next is Janine Dorn.
That's good.
Hello there, board and President Capps. Thank you so much for being so gracious to give us all a chance to talk. I have 3 sons who are grown and they went to the Goleta schools and Dos Pueblos High School, excellent schools. I've been a sub for some years and I have grandchildren coming up and going to go to the schools soon. And I just want to say that when students are in middle school, some of the kids, when they start, they might even be 11 years old because they started early. They're still in puberty or they're just starting it. They're figuring out who they are. Their brains aren't fully developed for more than 10 years. Yet the Teen Talk curriculum has vignettes that suggest behaviors to try when there's huge consequences to these behaviors. When we load them with information that is beyond their years, we do them a disservice. For instance, one of the things in Teen Talk says 25% of all teens who've had sex will get an STI, a sexually transmitted disease, each year, and that they're very common. So that should be comforting to the children to know that, oh, that's just fine. 1/4 of us all get it, and it's just not a problem. And you know, pressures to conform, media, movies, TV shows, and music, including music videos, will cause many kids to make decisions they'll regret later. Some STDs never go away, and some can be hard to detect, like chlamydia. They won't even know they have it. The regret of abortion can be very real, not to mention what can happen when they go wrong. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Cheryl Trotsky. try her.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, board. I object to your method of choosing Teen Talk for sex ed curriculum. It lacks transparency. The process of deciding on sex education curriculum, especially one that is sexually charged, needs to have parental buy-in, a simple and reasonable concept. Parents need a voice, meaningful participation, diversity of thoughts explored, and the ability to vet the outcome of such a curriculum on our children. Anything less begs the question of why not? Will this not stand up to the light of day? If this is so good for our children, then parents will embrace it. What's the harm of parental scrutiny? Parents have the right to know, and we demand a public forum on this issue. I implore you to not vote this in tonight and give us the opportunity to stand shoulder to shoulder with you on this very sensitive issue. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Next is Caroline Hara.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
So I'm embarrassed to say that my subject's about something not related to Teen Talk. It's later. Is it okay if I go ahead?
No, you have to speak on this item.
Yeah, so I'm sorry. Is it okay if I
I'll call your name at the item.
Yeah, can I go later? Can I go on
Yes.
the item? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So I apologize.
No worries. Next is Jeff. One moment. And Mr. Jeff Havlick is not online. So President Capps, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Hio, and to all of our speakers. I really appreciate it. And now is the chance for the board to ask questions and provide comments. In the spirit of tonight, it's 9:47 and we have a whole other things to get forward. So hopefully we can have the economy of words and but obviously give this the attention it deserves. Would anyone like to start with questions or comments directed at our staff after the presentation? Ms. Ford.
I don't have to be first, but I'm happy to go first. Was there anyone else who raised their hand?
I think Ms. Munoz did, but go for it. Just go, yeah, go for it.
Me? Okay.
Yeah.
I have no further questions, and I support the adoption of the Teen Talk curriculum. I know it's not perfect, but I also know that when it's implemented, our teachers will no doubt modify it to make it stronger and more meaningful. I know it achieves two important goals. Number one, let's remember that it gets us to compliance with the law. And number two, it provides our students with essential information so that they're able to validate their feelings and take control of their lives and decisions as they approach adulthood, especially in homes where parents are unwilling to or unable to discuss these really difficult topics. Many of you know I'm a former English and drama teacher, but I taught sex education when I was a principal. And I really enjoyed it because I could tell the students really needed it and wanted the information, and their parents were grateful. I also have thoroughly reviewed the Teen Talk curriculum, and I found it to be accurate, non-judgmental, and inclusive. It does not promote sex, and it does promote conversations between students and their parents. My only caveats are very predictable, that we ensure that the teachers chosen for this assignment are well-trained, and that the teachers who have established positive relationships with their students. The subject is too important to leave to chance. I also just want to say I'm really grateful to all the people who gave us feedback, whether pro or anti-Teen Talk. But to me, the time is now to move forward and do what's best for the young people of the district.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. Other board members care to speak? Ms. Sims-Moton.
Yes, thank you. I just want to add on to what Ms. Ford, thank you for going first in terms of that. And I also want to echo the appreciation of all the speakers, again, whether pro or con or against it, with regards to that the time is now. And my grandma would always say that each generation gets wiser in terms of that because the access to technology. So our kids already have access to technology to look at things that we wouldn't necessarily hope that they look at, but they have access to a lot. And so we want to make sure, not only are we mandated, but we also want to make sure that they have fact-based information and not just something that they see in terms of that and taking that for fact going forth. So I agree that the time is now. I'm in support of this. I've looked at that, and we looked at the curriculum. I understand how difficult this can be, but I appreciate that it also is a conversation starter. I've had the opportunity to talk to some of the students and to some parents, some of the speakers that were here tonight, both. What were your, the consternation behind that? Just understanding some of the comments were that I don't want my child to be exposed to that. And the question I would ask, well, what is that you feel, that we don't have, the opportunity to talk? It's the uncomfortableness talking to my child about this. And we did talk about the teen talk and how it does create the opportunity for parents to have that difficult conversation, if nothing else, to start the conversation. And that's always starting with that. And I think it also, with our option out, it just says we're not disregarding the responsibility as parents or taking that away, but it gives you still your right as a parent to say, this is not something that I want my child to be exposed to. And we certainly want to respect that. But I am full support of that. We've got to move forward with it. And I agree with Ms. Ford with regards to making sure that our teachers are trained and ready to go. They were part of the evaluation of this particular curriculum. And I would also add that we have done with other programs that we have a strong evaluation component to ensure that we need to adjust the program as we go forward and make any improvements with regards to how we're delivering the program. So again, thank you to all the speakers that spoke both for and against it.
Thank you, Ms. Sims-Moton. Dr. Reed.
Thank you, Ms. Capps, and thank you to my fellow board members. I just wanted to say that, as stated in this report, the first time that this curriculum was brought forward for parent review, I believe the process was not as transparent as it could have been to parents and the community. But the board made the decision to provide additional opportunities for parents to review the curricula. And further, interested parents have been able to meet with board members and the superintendent to discuss the program and get questions asked and answered and concerns discussed. So I believe, in terms of the process, that we as a board and our district leadership has been responsive to the community. So we have also received ongoing emails and requests for conversations since this was last brought up to the board. And I want to thank all of those who spoke tonight, and everybody who has emailed us, as well as those who we have met to discuss this in terms of positive support, as well as concerns on issues with the curricula as well. So thank you, members of the public, for your involvement, because we do listen, and it's very important that you know that we reflect on everybody's responses, and we take into account all of these voices and the materials and the analysis and the district's suggestions into account in a very, very deliberate and purposeful way. So, and I want to just add, I would like to state that it's an absolute priority for this district to support the health and safety and reproductive health for our teens. We need to provide curriculum that provides safe and transparent information about sexual health. And Teen Talk was brought forward and is compliant with the California Healthy Youth Act and our own board policy 6141, which we adopted in January 2020. So my belief is we need to move forward. We've done our due diligence. I think it would be a great idea for us to consider seeing how we can have district science and health teachers perhaps work together to remove any unscientific and sexist language if there does exist, or an analysis that we see that it should change. So any type of revision or work that needs to be done, I put that into the experienced teachers who will be teaching this. And I strongly believe Teen Talk must be advised to parents in both English and in Spanish of the materials so they can make informed choices. So clearly there is the choice of being able to opt out. That is an option for parents. But I think key to that is the messaging that goes out to the community, that we continue to inform our parents about what is going on, opportunities to continue to ask questions, and for parents to be in parent trainings to learn more about the program at heart. So I support this move forward to accept Teen Talk, and thank you everyone for your comments.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. Ms. Munoz, I saw your hand go up.
Yes, thank you. I also want to assure the speakers that we have heard, we have listened carefully, we have read the emails and about the pros and cons. And also we wish that it would have been, more inclusive. And of course, with COVID happening in March, we weren't able to do more than that in terms of in-person meetings for the safety of everyone. But the dialogue has been, open. We've, like I said, the public comment, that's why we've been here listening to everyone's input. I appreciate the comments made by Ana Munoz, the student, and Esmeralda Perez, the alumni from DP, and also Eva Catalan. And I've heard the students speak about the need for inclusive and accurate sexual health curriculum. And at a time, in junior high is a critical year. I have been a former teenage parenting case manager. So, I had 30 clients and there was 3 of us. So we had 90 clients and we always had a wait list. And many of the young women said that they wish that they had the information previously, early in life, regarding healthy relationships, regarding domestic violence, regarding, finding their own identity. And so, one of the things I would also like to offer is also a commitment to parent education, because whether the students attend the class or not, we want to also arm the parents with information and education to help these conversations. That's something that many of us wish we had when we were younger. And that is something that, questions that come up, discussing it, and feeling and being comfortable with that is very critical. From a very young age, I think it's very necessary. To clarify, the Teen Talk education curriculum can be taught in a sensitive manner. It's in English and Spanish so that it's inclusive. And I want to read just a short quote from one of the letters that I received, which I thought was very helpful. It said, sex education in schools is important for students to be equipped with skills they'll use throughout their lives, like understanding and celebrating their identity and identities different from their own, maintaining healthy relationships, informed decisions about their sexual health, and thinking critically about the world around them. Research shows that sex education helps prevent sexual violence, coercion, and assault by teaching young people what a healthy relationship feels like, and also giving them opportunities to practice good communication skills before they become sexually active. So the Teen Talk curriculum, I think it's time. I think it's overdue. And so it has my support.
Thank you, Ms. Munoz. I do want to, in the spirit of inclusivity, there was one speaker who had a trouble getting in, and technology is challenging. So we're actually going, before I speak, I'd like our last public comment. I believe, Mr. Hio, that the person might be waiting. Is that correct?
Board President Capps, I believe there's 2 speakers that we could not see online when their names were called, and I'll let Mr. Hio see if we can pull them up now.
Yes, we have 2. Barbara Battistini.
Do you want to call the second name, Sandra? Sorry, second name.
I still don't see her name. Barbara. Yes, one second. Battistini spelled B-A-T-T-I-S-T-I-N-I. If you can ask her if she signed in as with a different name, Ms. Battistini.
You want to call the second name? Is there another person?
Yes, one moment.
Sandra, she may be BB.
I try that too. Oh, BB.
I see a Nicholas Battistini.
I'll try Nicholas Battistini. Barbara, is that you?
Hi, are you there?
Is that you, Barbara?
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Oh, good.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so sorry about that. Yeah, now I have to go back to, we had trouble first you not finding us. Now I have to find my message. So it's been a little chaotic. Here we go. So first of all, I just want you all to know that we care about all of you. And I know this is harsh, but we care about our children and we're fighting for them. I want to say that the district did not do what they said they would do. They did not give us the meeting that we wanted. We asked for a meeting. We had a groundswell of 1,000 community members who opposed adoption of a graphic and sexually charged curriculum, which was Teen Talk. And you promised us that you would involve the community, but instead you did a week's study with only 8 parents wanting Teen Talk, and have pushed Planned Parenthood curriculum Teen Talk as your choice. We the people protest the highly biased and medically inaccurate materials, putting children in dangerous situations. We protest the umbrella, anything goes indoctrination of gender theory that contradicts science and confuses our children. We protest the teaching of consent for sex between children, which is illegal and opens the gateway to child-adult sex, as we are seeing playing out in the passing of SB 145, which favors predators over children. We protest Teen Talk sending our children to Planned Parenthood. Is this not a conflict of interest? Planned Parenthood helped write this material. Planned Parenthood wants to come into our schools and teach this material to our children, and wants our children to go to them when they get pregnant. We gave you a way out and asked for a forum where parents could see all the hidden materials, slides, and videos. Parents have the right to inspect these materials, 519381, that's the code. But these materials are hidden. I really wonder how many of you have even looked at Teen Talk yourself. Board members, have you each read Teen Talk? Would you share this with your 12-year-old children? Anal to mouth sex. Would you share that to a 12-year-old little girl or a little boy? This is the concrete material that's in there. I've seen it. We read it. It's a sex behavior. It's about teaching children how to have sex with one another. This is not a
Thank you.
I demand that you each think hard tonight about your decision, and we ask you to postpone this for a better time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Skip Helwell. Mr. Helwell, can you hear us? If you can please unmute yourself so we can hear you.
I think.
Hello.
Oh, there you go. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, you may begin.
Hello.
Can you hear us, Mr. Helwell?
I can now. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Skip Hellawell, a co-founder of United Parents and the writer-editor of the Heart Sex Ed curriculum, which is offered gratis to California schools as a public service. I support AB 329. If properly taught, it has the potential for much good because of the focus on primary prevention or delaying sex until the legal age of consent. AB 329 also gives needed focus to risk reduction for the sexually active, and especially protecting youth from HIV infection. 3 facts might be helpful to the board tonight that haven't been discussed. First, HEART is the only sex ed curriculum It was written after AB 329 was passed, meaning it was designed to meet AB 329 exactly. Other curricula such as Teen Talk were pre-existing safe sex programs and don't effectively teach the benefits of delaying sex or other wholesome points that are the emphasis of CHIA. Second, HEART is the only sex ed curriculum to engage parents in the teaching process. This transparency is done through the parent interview, which is conducted by the student asking their parents to share their wisdom on different lesson topics related to sex. Finally, HEART is relationship-based and inclusive. It teaches healthy and respectful relationships as the basis for future successful, committed relationships, and encourages students to honor themselves and their behavior. Most of the objections that I've heard tonight to HEART are repeats of statements made at the March board meeting. I have provided a correction to that, which I will send again to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks to everybody. I do believe it's important to make sure that everyone had the chance to speak, and that speaks to where we are tonight in September, when this process has been ongoing since last fall. And it is time, I believe, to move forward on a curriculum that's compliant, that's data-driven, that's scientific. I've read it. I'm comfortable with it for my son. I believe that we need to empower our students with science and data-driven, and this is medically accurate information, similar to learning about our climate, which needs to be scientifically based, and other issues. The way we're making decisions now related to the pandemic, science and accurate information, medically based in this case, needs to inform what we do and what we're bestowed upon with this privilege of being on the school board. And speaking of that privilege, it's a privilege. I speak to parents most of my days are speaking to parents. I've met with many of the opponents to Teen Talk who spoke this evening. You know that. I've sat down with a group of you. I've talked with many of you on the phone. Ms. Bastini and I have been on, I don't even know, almost weekly conversations and in email touch. So we've listened to you. We've understood. I've read the HEART curriculum as well, cover to cover, similar to Teen Talk. And so this has been a process that reflects how much, I will speak for myself as a board member, it matters to hear from the community, to be a voice of the community, and to take in this information with sincerity. It also matters a lot to me that Teen Talk was the choice of our teachers. They need to teach this information. I appreciate that this is just the beginning. They'll be trained on it now, and so that they'll start to be taught in the spring and modified as we do. And I appreciate Ms. Sims-Moten's point about evaluation. That's really important, as we do. And this board has been consistent about requesting and requiring evaluation as we go. So it is time. It's time. We've been out of compliance with this law. As it also has been mentioned, so much information already exists out there with technology, and we need to give our students, we need to empower our students with accurate information, and that's what I believe Teen Talk does. I do want to, again, echo the comments of thanking both sides of this very divisive and sensitive issue. This is a polarized time in our country, and we've seen a lot of that tonight. But I have to say, the conversations I've had with a variety of perspectives have been respectful and informative, with a lot of care. And so I appreciate that. And that's what democracy really is. And that's what our school board is. And these decisions are not easy ones, but this one, we need to move forward. I appreciate that the board is ready to move forward. And with that, I call for the motion to adopt the recommendation of Teen Talk. Ms. Ford.
I'd like to move to adopt Teen Talk Middle School.
Excellent. I got a second over there with Ms. Sims-Moten. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Again, thanks. It's 10:10. Let's see if we need how about we need I think a 5-minute break before we move on to the rest of a packed agenda. I know there's many people who are probably waiting to hear more about reopening of schools, and That's coming. We got a lot on our plates tonight, but let's take just a 5-minute break in interest of the length of this meeting. So 10:10, we'll be back in 10:15. Thanks, everybody. Okay, welcome back, everybody. So we're still in our action agenda, which means we are going to move to item G2, which is the adoption of resolution 2020/2109, adopting the 2019 GAN limit. So that's Ms. Chate, and again, just Ms. Chate, let's be as concise as possible while giving us this important information.
Okay, so the GAN, we're asking you to approve the GAN limit resolution. GAN limit was established in 1979, and Ed Code requires us to meet or exceed the prior year expenditures, and we do so annually. If you look at the GAN limit on the very last, like line 12, you will see that in 1920, we were 134 million, and in 2021, we were 136 million. Did I say 119 million? 134 million and compared to 136 million. So we exceed and we meet the GAN limit requirements. So we ask that you approve this resolution.
Thank you. That was very concise. Any questions from the board? I know this has come up before.
It's annually.
Yes, exactly. Okay, well, given that, I think, I'm sorry, when the screen is shared, I can't see everybody all at once. So holler if you have a question, please. Okay, Ms. Sims-Moten, how did I guess?
No, girlfriend, I don't have a question. I'm ready to move this item. So moved.
No, not. I mean, you're good on this. It's all props. Okay. So moved. Second, Ms. Ford. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Tay. And now we are going to item G3, approval of premium pay stipend for stay-at-home order. Dr. Becchio, I look forward to this conversation.
Good evening, Board President Capps, board members. I will be concise and simply say I thank you for taking this up for consideration, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Maldonado.
Thank you, Dr. Becchio. Board members, we know that in March, when Governor Newsom asked us to issue the stay-at-home order and schools were asked to go into a distance learning mode, there was a group of employees in the period of March to May whose jobs required them to continue to work in person. And during this time, we recognized that they continued to put themselves and their family at risk. They needed to provide childcare and continue to show up for work as opposed to those of us who could do our jobs from home and continue to be safe. There's a total of 228 employees in Santa Barbara Unified who we want to ensure that we recognize, and almost in honor of Labor Day that we just celebrated yesterday. I want to recognize these employees, and we have put some money aside from the CARES funding, which allows us to use for salaries to provide them a one-time premium payment of $750. What you see on the screen is the agreement between us and CSEA so that we can make this payment, one-time payment to people like custodians, food service workers, warehouse workers, some fiscal people who came in and made sure people continue to get paid, maintenance and operations, and so on. So I'd like to ask the board's approval and support for this item.
Thank you, Superintendent Maldonado. Questions from the board? Ms. Sims-Moten.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to have a comment that I appreciate this in recognition of our frontline staff who was there, who, kept us going. And at the beginning of the day, I don't think it was part of my comments, but definitely want to appreciate that frontline staff who continues to have everything going. Those daily things that we just kind of take for granted. We just walk in, we have a clean place to stay, we have a welcome and all of those things. So I really just want to appreciate and appreciate the fact that this is here and we're recognizing what they did, and they were very essential to keeping us going forward.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I just will speak in support. And Superintendent Maldonado, I think this speaks to your leadership too, that you had brought this forward to us. If you all remember back in March and April, when we really didn't know, I mean, we still don't know much about this virus, but we really didn't know back then. And these food service workers were putting on their masks and going to work every day and interacting with the public at a time that many of us, myself included, were as bunkered down as possible. Now, it seems like with this time warp of COVID so long ago, but I just want to, this is a small way to appreciate what they did for our families and for our community, to keep as many families as possible well fed. And school is such a lifeline for more than just the education and the schooling, but actually the food service that is paid for, reimbursed the food at least by the federal government, a longstanding program. So thank you for bringing this forward. And I just hope that the support communicates beyond this board meeting to the actual frontline workers who are still doing that work. And it's could not be more important right now. So I really appreciate this expression of support and assistance to them in a tough time for all of us. So with that, unless there's any other comments, I will move to support this recommendation.
And I'll second.
Dr. Reed seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Maldonado and Dr. Becchio.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right along here. Let's move to, again, Dr. Becchio, item G4, annual report of teacher assignment and approval of resolution number 2020-21-08.
Yes, thank you. And probably the most important here is just the resolution, but I'll walk you through. This is an annual item that we bring forward every year at this time. We look at the master schedules and what people are teaching, make sure they're properly credentialed. We do have assignments, however, where teachers are teaching outside their credential area. And so what you'll find in the documentation are the names of those teachers, the supporting documentation that shows why they're qualified to teach those. And the resolution really is affirmation that we sent to the CTC to say that the board is aware of these assignments, that they fall within Ed Code, and then we file that with CTC. So that's what you see in the resolution that you'll be voting on. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, please speak for Dr. Becchio. I don't see any. Mr. Rouse, if you could stop sharing the screen, that'd be great, just so I can make sure. Okay, now I think we need a motion.
Move to approve this resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Ford.
Second.
Second with Mrs. Moten. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Becchio. So that means we are now moving on to the report discussion portion of our agenda. And that means item H1, which is Dr. Reed and Ms. Munoz, resolution number 2020-10, Schools and Local Community Funding Act. And this is a discussion item tonight. So I will turn it over to my fellow board members.
Thank you, President Capps. Rose and I are really excited to bring forward this resolution number 2020/21-10, Schools and Local Communities Funding Act of 2020. Our intention was that this was brought forward as a report so we can have a discussion first and make any changes to the resolution and provide opportunities for public comment and or questions to be answered by the experts on Schools and Local Communities Funding Act, which we have here tonight. Also, in light of our conversation tonight about the unaudited actuals, this can bring new opportunities, I believe, for funding. So I'm just going to sort of provide some highlights, and then Rose is going to continue on, but some highlights about Prop 15 is that it's a fair and balanced reform that raises new revenues to invest in schools and vital services for our local schools and communities. It will provide additional funding for every school district in California, of which 40% of Prop 15 revenue goes directly to local schools, with 89% of the revenue dedicated to K-12 education. New school revenues to advance equity. I think this is an important factor, certainly in what we look at here in our district. The school's share of new revenues will be allocated to advance social equity according to the local control funding formulas for all schools, which provide additional funding for districts with large populations of low-income students, Black students, students of color, English learners, and foster youth. It also supports economic and racial equity, and it makes sure schools with the greatest needs get the most help and gives local communities officially needed resources to deal with the unequal impacts of COVID-19, unemployment, and housing costs on communities of color. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to my sister board member, Rose, to take on the next part.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Reed. I'm also very excited about this proposed support of Proposition 15. Basic age school districts. In order to assure that all school districts benefit from this reform, basic age school districts which receive sufficient local property tax revenue to meet their target funding level under state law will also, in addition, receive local revenue as districts funded by average daily attendance. Prop 15 reassesses only the commercial industrial properties to fair market value. It protects homeowners and residents by specifically exempting all residential properties and agricultural land, maintaining full Prop 13 property tax protections for homeowners, renters, and agriculture. No residential properties will be reassessed, whether rental residential, such as apartments and rental homes, homeowner or condominium owners, or mobile homeowners. With transparency, accountability, public transparency and disclosure is required by all entities, local education agencies, community colleges, counties, cities, and special districts on an annual basis to gather community input and publicly list all projects that may be eligible for funding and revenue. It also protects small businesses.
So I just want to speak a moment to the tax increase. Under Prop 15, California's historically low property tax rate stays the same at 1%. It does not change. This ensures businesses in California continue paying some of the lowest property tax rates in the entire country. The change is that for commercial properties valued at $3 million or more, the property will be assessed at its fair market value rather than its purchase price. The most important thing to remember here is that 92% of the revenue will come from 10% of California's commercial properties. That means the vast majority of properties in California will be protected and completely exempt, including all residential property, agricultural property, and commercial properties worth less than $3 million. Rose.
One of our concerns is that COVID has definitely exacerbated inequities and much needed services that are under attack. Proposition 15 can be used to close the equity gap in our local schools and give more opportunity to the students that are most vulnerable. I'd like to introduce Eder Gaona Maceda, who is the Director of Future Leaders of America at this point. And Brian, if you could also put up his PowerPoint presentation, and Eder will review, will speak at this point.
I'm activating the presentation. It doesn't appear that Eder is currently online.
And let's see.
And just to do a housekeeping, the public comment will come.
Yes.
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Laura.
I just want to give public comment will happen after the report, as we've done in other instances. So this is all part of the report. So just to clarify,
okay.
Not public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I saw.
Heather, oh,
Larry.
Good evening and almost good night. We also have Daniel Gonzalez here with Future Leaders of America. Can we also get him on? We're going to do a quick presentation. We also want to honor your time, and we know it's late and it's been an exciting night. Is Daniel also up?
Hi, Eder, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. So Board Member Munoz and Board Member Reed, thank you for the opportunity to discuss schools and communities first, also known as Proposition 15. We're bringing this up for your endorsement because Future Leaders wholeheartedly believes that Prop 15 will bring additional revenues to our schools and help level the playing field. Prop 15 has been in the works for over 10 years. Prior to COVID-19, schools and communities first, also known as Prop 15, was seen as the dream, additional funding to support all of our students. However, given our new normal, Prop 15 will support schools, districts, provide additional funding support during these difficult times. Next slide. Prop 15, what does Prop 15 do? Prop 15 closes commercial property tax loopholes under Proposition 13 passed in 1978. Currently, property taxes are roughly 1% of the on-paper assessed value, also known as the sticker price, the last time sold. Until the property is next sold, upgraded to trigger assessment on the current market value, the taxes are frozen in time. So for example, a property could have been purchased in 1978 or prior to 1978 and still be paying the same property value tax back in 1978. This is true for a lot of commercial properties, including the Disney's and a lot of the Targets. This results in a large and larger gap between valuable commercial properties would be paying at fair market value and what's actually being paid. This is direct revenue loss to local government and public education, both of which are highly dependent on local property taxes. Over the last 40 years, we've seen this only get worse. So our solution is Proposition 15, which would create a split roll property tax system in California for some commercial properties. This is what other states do. Roll 1. It's to reassess commercial and industrial properties valued over $3 million. And roll 2, and everything else, including residential, agriculture, and all commercial industrial less than $3 million will stay the same. Next slide.
Awesome. So in order to understand the scale of the problem, it's helpful to understand how much this unequal treatment of commercial properties is costing our schools and local governments. Here are some examples of reclaimed revenue that Santa Barbara region will receive. So Santa Barbara County is expected to receive $122.6 million. Santa Barbara City will receive $5.3 million, and SBUSD will be getting $8.4 million. And it's key to understand that 94% of this revenue will come from just 10% of the top commercial properties. If we can go to slide number 4. All right. So Prop 15 invests in educating all our kids and the vital services necessary to support our families and communities. So for me personally, this means that our youth will be getting the materials and equipment they need in order to have a creative and effective learning experience. You know, all our youth really deserve all the resources they need to be successful and succeed in their education. And Schools and Communities First is a great step in the right direction to reach that goal. Next slide. Awesome. So Prop 15 protects Prop 13 for homeowners and renters. Like Eder mentioned before, the nature of the split roll, which by definition keeps residential property and smaller commercial property in a totally separate category, and is not what Prop 15 is concerned with. So what is a residential property? So residential property is defined as used for residential. So if somebody lives there, it's going to be exempt. Zoning is unimportant. If the residential property is owned by a single person or a corporation, it doesn't matter. It's exempt, period. There's also a provision for mixed use property. So mixed use is a property that is used partially for residential and partially for commercial. So this is most common in dense urban areas where you have retail at the bottom and then housing at the top. And Prop 15 includes this provision that states if 75% of the square footage is residential, the whole property is exempt. If less than 75% is used for residential, only the commercial part is potentially up for reassessment, and only if the value of the commercial portion is worth over $3 million. So to reiterate, all residential property would be exempt. That's the nature of the role of the split roll. Proposition 15 also protects Prop 13 for agricultural land. Throughout the measure, both in intent and statute, agriculture and commercial agricultural property is exempt, meaning it will continue to be assessed the way it is now under Prop 13. The language is broad and explicit to ensure that agriculture will not be impacted. It also exempts all land designated for open space and conservation uses. It's also important to mention that farmers will likely see a tax cut, and will also get a break in fixture and equipment tax break, which I'll explain in a following slide. If you can go to the next one. Awesome. So Prop 15 provides businesses new tax relief and invest in the communities around them. It also exempts the vast majority of commercial property so we can invest in small businesses. So it will provide a fixtures and equipment tax cut. Under the current law, businesses have to pay property taxes on things such as equipment, supplies, machinery, desks, chairs, restaurant equipment, computers, and servers. But under Prop 15, the first $500,000 of fixtures and equipment would be exempt for all businesses. For some businesses, the entire fixtures and equipment tax would be eliminated under specific qualifications. So first, they have to own their own property, have to be based in California, and have to have 50 or fewer full-time employees. This is going to reduce tax obligations by hundreds of millions of dollars and encourage new businesses to invest. So what are some of the businesses that are included and excluded under Prop 15? So the vast majority of businesses will not pay more property taxes. Remember, only 92% of the revenue will come from just 10% of the top commercial properties. And here's why. The vast majority of small businesses own or lease property that's valued below $3 million, so it's exempt. Most large commercial and industrial properties are already assessed at near market value, so not much, if anything, changes for them. And additionally, more than half of all small businesses are home-based, therefore are exempt as residential property, according to California Department of Industrial Relations. And I'll leave you, and leveling the playing field. So small businesses are already paying more than their fair share. They're more commonly in commercial spaces that are paying or at near current market property taxes. Yet they're competing against companies who actively avoid reassessment and get to pocket the extra profit for no reason other than being in one place longer. This isn't level playing field, it's an anti-competitive marketplace. So I'll leave you with two final thoughts about some of the consequences that will happen if the largest commercial property owners don't pay their fair share, costing communities money. So the reduction in property tax revenue reduces the ability for local governments to provide the vital services small businesses need, such as fire protection, community college programs, public transportation, and healthcare. Moreover, we all pay more in the form of increased fees, sales taxes, gross receipts, taxes, postal taxes, bond measures, and more as a way to fund the kinds of infrastructures and education that our community and businesses need to thrive. So essentially, we're paying for these essential services that we require. Next slide.
The great part about Proposition 15 is that it gives us local control of reclaimed revenue because we know what issues needs to be addressed locally and how urgent they are. Property taxes are more stable sources of revenue, unlike the state budget which swings with the stock market and income tax. The priorities vary from counties to counties. What Santa Barbara County needs may be wildly different than, say, Kern County. Proposition 15 provides a stable source of revenue and empowers the local community leaders to make decisions on how to spend the money. For example, during COVID times, there's a lot of students out there with lack of access to laptops and even internet. This is important because Sacramento is not telling us what to do. Again, revenue is collected by the county. The revenue is divided roughly 40-60. 40% of the funds will go to education, while 60% of the funds will go to local government. Next slide.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just, with the interest of time, we need to wrap this up. I obviously want to be respectful, but it's almost 11 p.m. and we have a lot more things to cover. So if you could just quickly go through the remaining slides.
Yeah, so next slide essentially shows us the ranking that California has in terms of student to teacher ratios, and also guidance to student guidance counselors to pupils. California ranks 50th in pupils per teacher and 50th per guidance counselors. This funding could be used to decrease these ratios. Next slide. Can we get to the next two slides? There we go. So what does this mean for Santa Barbara County, specifically Santa Barbara Unified School District? The California Teachers Association has estimated that if Proposition 15 passes, we can get an additional $8.4 million, which could be used by the school district to level the playing field and provide much needed support to students who are struggling right now, especially during COVID. Next slide. Can we get to slide 13? So these are local endorsements. These are local organizations and elected officials who have endorsed Proposition 15. Future Leaders of America, League of Women Voters, the Fund for Santa Barbara, CAUSE, California Teachers Association, Doss William, John Hartman, Greg Hart, Kathy Murillo, Jonathan Aboud, Paula Perot, Luz Reyes Martin, and Oxnard Union High School District. We also have Gloria Soto from Santa Maria, who's also endorsed the proposition. Our ask tonight is for the school district to consider endorsing Proposition 15 in order for us to be able to get the message out to community. Future Leaders of America is committed to making 12,000 calls in the next 8 weeks to registered voters in both Ventura and Santa Barbara County to assure that Proposition 15 is passed locally and that we can help pass Proposition 15 statewide and bring extra additional dollars to our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Now we have 14 members of the public who wish to speak. Again, in interest of the hour, if your points have already been made and you've emailed us, if you could take a pass, we'd appreciate it. We know how important this is, but we also are bringing this back on the agenda in 2 weeks. So with that, I turn it over to Ms. Trujillo to manage public comment for this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, President Capps. And I just want to remind the members of the public that if you're not bilingual in English and Spanish, you will have to select your language in order to hear the interpretation. You will see a globe at the bottom right of your screen that says interpretation. Click on it and select English. With that, I'll go to our first 5 speakers. Yesenia Ramirez Garcia, Angel Lopez, Cressida Silvers, Socorro Carachure, Luz Reyes Martin. And Yesenia Ramirez, can you hear us?
Yes, hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm Yesenia Ramirez. I am a 2020 graduate from Dos Pueblos High School, and I'm here to show my support for the district endorsing schools and communities first. I know that the $8.4 million our district would be receiving could be used to continue the integration of Ethnic Studies Now courses in our high schools and also meet the demands of Ethnic Studies Now Santa Barbara's. Their demands, which are to bring back social dialogues and other ethnic studies courses. Not only that, but also supplying the necessary textbooks and materials for these classes and teachers that not only are capable of teaching ethnic studies courses, but like reflect the background and cultures of our student bodies. Also, our schools are underfunded, and with COVID-19, they will continue to be underfunded. And I'm pretty sure that one of the first things that would be cut would be our after-school programs. And for our district, that would mean peak/avid tutoring. And I know that that program is barely entering into its 5th year, and it would be a shame to see the Avid Peak after-school tutoring program to be cut from our schools, because I know many students use it as a resource, not only students who are part of the Avid program, but also students outside of Avid, because this tutoring provides not only teachers available to help, but also the technology to help us do our assignments. And it also provides like a job for local college students that attend SBCC and UCSB. And this is why I'm asking for our district to endorse Prop 15.
Fine. Thank you. Next is Angel Lopez. Mr. Lopez, can you hear us?
Yes, are you all able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. I'll be brief. Well, hello everybody, my name is Angel Lopez and I'm a community member. I'm here to talk about the importance of Prop 15 and why the Santa Barbara Unified School District should endorse this important proposition. Well, there is no doubt that inequities in our community have been present prior to COVID. But due to COVID, these inequities have been exacerbated, such as the lack of accessibility to Wi-Fi, certain technology, and the proper learning space at home, right, for students to be able to fully succeed in school. As a young professional, I've seen many of my peers having to fundraise or use their own resources to fund their classroom. I believe, like had been mentioned in the presentation, with the $8.4 million that would be received with Proposition 15, that would be, it should be used for youth to have the resources that, the proper resources, and teachers not to use their own resources to make sure that their classrooms are fully stocked. For that reason, I am in support of Proposition 15 and hope the school board endorses this important proposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Cressida Silvers. Ms. Silvers, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. I just quickly want to say, please support Prop 15 tonight and on the November ballot for all the reasons already listed. It's just a win-win for our community to get these long overdue millions of dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Socorro, does not appear to be online. One moment. So our next speaker is Luz Reyes Martin.
Hello, thank you, trustees. I'll be brief. Our public schools are among the least funded in the nation, and our local communities have significant funding challenges in responding to the impact of COVID-19. During COVID and outside of COVID, public education deserves to be funded at a level that allows us to provide the very best educational environment and supports for students. Wouldn't those funds be useful now and will still be useful in the years to come? Investing more dollars into public education and into our classrooms benefits all students. Thank you for considering support for Schools and Communities First, Prop 15, and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. Our next 5 speakers are Suzanne Moore, Elizabeth Ceballos, Paula Carlos, Katie Nunez Vasquez, and Luis Catalan. Suzanne Moore. She doesn't appear to be online. Elizabeth Ceballos. She is also not online. Paula Carlos. Ms. Carlos, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, you may begin. Okay, good evening. My name is Paula Carlos. I have 3 children in elementary school, secondary school, and high school. And in this occasion, I am representing one of the programs that my children is participating in. My daughter in high school is in FLA, Future Leaders of America, and I am in support of this proposal, and I ask you to support Prop 15 that would require large corporations to pay their fair amount of taxes to support our schools. I think this is a good proposition because it is offering something good in the short term and long term to be able to help our children in their education. And I think that you all as parents, as grandmothers, as daughters, I think anything that we can do to help our children's education is going to affect our future. So I think this will help them in their education and will support schools that also need support. Besides having education for, the employees at the school, but also being able to maintain the schools. And I have seen that there's a lot of needs in schools, not just for children, but for the schools themselves. So that is why I am asking you to support this law. Thank you. Thank you.
Next is Katie Nunez.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Katie Nunez. I attend San Marcos High School as a sophomore, and I'm here as a supporter of Schools and Communities First. Throughout this year, I participated in phone banking. In addition to phone banking, I also attended the Schools and Communities First training. What I gained from that training was that our community will be getting $12 billion. Our school district will be getting $8.4 million that will benefit our schools in many incredible ways, such as getting better materials for our school. I remember in my physics class that I took last year, our teacher had to ask my classmates and I if our parents would be able to donate money because they didn't have enough money to buy the materials we needed. If for some reason Prop 15 doesn't get passed through, it will affect small businesses and school funding. Especially now, the impact will be greater due to COVID-19. Prop 15 will benefit all of those who will be affected without it. I encourage all of you to endorse Schools and Communities First so that the weight of my school materials doesn't depend on my classmates and I. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Luis Catalan. Mr. Catalan, can you hear us? Lost connection for Mr. Catalan. Our last three speakers are John Douglas, Marisol Mendoza, and Olivia Carranza. And John Douglas, can you hear us?
I sure can, thank you. And board and administrators, thank you so much for your perseverance and staying up so late. And I apologize for my previous breach of protocol. I apologize. That was ill-considered on my part. I apologize. Anyway, I just want to say thank you for taking up this resolution. Thank you to Rose and to Jackie for putting this forward. We need this money to help reduce class sizes. We need this proposition to help reduce class sizes, equip science labs, and equip music programs, near and dear to my heart, since I was a music coach and music director for musicals at two of the high schools and Goleta Valley as well, and a sub-teacher for the district for 12 years. And provide more librarians, counselors, school nurses, fund field trips, etc. So many critical aspects of education. It'll also help achieve greater equity and justice for students from marginalized and underserved communities. So thank you. Please pass this resolution in support of Prop 15.
Thank you. Next is Marisol Mendoza. Ms. Mendoza, can you hear us?
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Marisol Mendoza. I am a community member. I am here in support our Proposition 15, Schools and Communities First. Proposition 15 will bring an additional $8.4 million to the Santa Barbara Unified School District. That means investing in our youth now. Our students deserve well-qualified teachers and counselors that can guide them towards the college path. When I attended high school, we were limited on resources that I think would have been needed for my success. Luckily for me, I was able to find my way through high school and to the college path. Unfortunately, high school, that is not the case for every student in high school. More counselors are needed for assistance. For example, high school counselors have a lot of students to focus on, and it doesn't help the students to develop a relationship and trust between the student and counselor when they are not available. Students need readily available counselors in order to ask for help and guidance on their educational journey. Schools and Communities First would help fund more counselors for our schools who are lacking in this very essential service. Thank you for your time, and I hope that the school board will endorse Proposition 15. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have Olivia Carranza.
Ms. Carranza, can you hear us? Yes. Can you hear me? Yes, you may begin. Good evening. My name is Olivia Carranza, and I am a coordinator with Future Leaders of America. I also have children in the schools, and they have all been at SB Unified Schools. My children have gone to Dos Pueblos, Santa Barbara City College, and the oldest one is now at San Francisco State University. You know, this is important for me because I think it's time that multi-million-dollar corporations pay their fair share of taxes. This would protect, and small businesses would not be affected, and residential homes would not be affected. But schools will benefit with this money that is going to be gained, and they will be able to hire more and better counselors, more teachers. We will be able to assure that we have a smaller class size, and we will have more access to the resources that are needed by our students. If you all do not support Prop 15, schools will continue to be underfunded and won't have the resources that are needed. And so that just would not be fair for schools. All right, time is up. Thank you.
President Capps, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you to our speakers and to our presenters. Now it's time for the board to ask any questions on this resolution. Ms. Sims-Moten. I think that you're muted.
I just have a clarifying question. When we're using the language reclaimed, so is it in a pot somewhere that we're going to claim it's been sitting there all this time? So, or is it something that's going to be raised by this proposition and is now going to start to collect that taxes? Can someone clarify that for me?
Ms. Munoz, you're muted.
Okay, I could certainly answer that. It would be that there are, from what I understand, is that there are businesses that are not being taxed based on their current property value, so that the taxes on those would be raised, and that's where the revenues would come from.
So so it's not a guaranteed piece. I mean, I know now you're saying that this proposition will go back or bring it up to date. So if they weren't paying taxes, they were paying taxes at a 1978 level. So with this proposition, it's going to bring them current to 2020 or 21. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, and what I was going to add also is that the Santa Barbara Teachers Association supports it. Karen McBride tried to, make a public comment and missed the deadline, but she also wanted me to clarify that the Santa Barbara Teachers Association also supports it.
Yeah, and then one last question. First of all, I want to say thank you to Dr. Reed and yourself for bringing this forward. And so I support it certainly in concept. And then the 8.4 million, is that annually what will actually get to the Santa Barbara Unified District, or is it 8.4 annually we're thinking projected, or total?
I believe that Ms. Chate has the update there.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. May, could you help explain that part of it? Because I know we asked you to help.
Yes. So I read an article today that said that community funded and basic aid districts will receive only $100 per ADA. So when I read the resolution and it was talking about 1.8, I started investigating during the board meeting and found that there's a link in that article that takes you to a website that you put in your name, and Santa Barbara comes up with a 4.6 to an $8.1 million range. I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer, and boy, would I like $8.1 million or even $4.6 million. But right now, I feel like what has happened is that either CDE or whoever's put that link out, I mean, wherever that link is going, because you can't tell, it doesn't say CDE website or anything like that. I'm just curious about that they have not caught up that we are basic aid. Remember in 2019-20, the CDE had us as a LCFF district. We are not an LCFF district in 1920. You know how I was just talking about how we always have to play catch up. So I've reached out to some of my contacts in Sacramento to get a firm what's happened. Are we going to get that because, hey, they said we were LCFF, or are we going to get the $100 per ADA? It's a big difference. So I sent out the question, and as soon as I know, I'll let the board know.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. And then hopefully when we're bringing this back, you know, for action, that we have that updated information.
Yes, and it would be annual because it's assessed every year.
Okay.
Great. And thank you, Meg, for following up on that. I think, you know, we obviously want to get, I think we just got this latest information from you today. So we want to be accurate with that. And that was one of the reasons in the process that we provided, is that we really wanted it to be a report first for us to talk about and bring this information forward so that we could catch anything or resolve or revise the resolution in some way. So thanks for that. And I look forward to getting that information.
Sure.
Yes, if I may say, I know the link that we had was with the California Teachers Association, but I think that, you know, we need to know for sure, like the specific information to bring it forward next time for a vote.
Okay. Great, thank you for clarifying the fiscal impact. Any other questions or comments from the board? Again, I want to echo the gratitude to Dr. Reed and Ms. Munoz for bringing this forward, and to the speakers who presented all this information. And I'm glad that we will bring it back in 2 weeks for actual action item for vote. So thanks all around. And with that, we will move on to the next agenda item, which is, sorry for my foggy eyes here at this late hour. It is item, you know, I'm going to do a favor to those who are waiting. I'm going to move us to H3, which is board report number 6, about a school in-person learning. That's the entire executive cabinet. And I just want to acknowledge the fact that we had such a long meeting at this point, and now we're getting to something that could not be more important. All of these items are important. This report will be made public. It is already public, but we can do our best to get it out into teachers, parents, whomever. So let's hear the information and be able to ask questions, but acknowledging just the sheer circumstances of a sex ed curriculum during a pandemic, with all these other items that have to be voted on today. So that's what we're dealing with, and we're all doing our best, and I'm appreciative of that. So I turn that over to Superintendent Maldonado.
Yes, thank you, Board President Capps. And I'm just going to be quick in our introduction. As I said, I'm going to skip over our driver slide, which you're very familiar with, and let's go on to this next slide, please. A little bit on the enrollment. It continues to go down, and you have a link there to see where it is month to month. I'm gonna continue on to the next slide, please. We are very proud of our attendance. In our superintendent report, you got to see a bit of some of the steps that folks like Nate Mendoza are taking to ensure that we continue to improve in this area. And the next slide, please. Here, I'm just with Meg's support and Matt's support, I want to just continue to let you know that The USDA has extended summer feeding. We're going to go back to free breakfast and lunch to all children 18 years or younger. We will no longer be requiring a student ID. We are going to launch a campaign to let families know more about this in the coming days and weeks. We also are going to be exploring implementing a morning service for food so that we can ensure that families who aren't able to come between the hours of 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. Will be having an opportunity to pick up breakfast and lunch in other sites, and that information will be coming soon as well. We have heard from some families that the hours we currently have aren't always conducive to kids getting fed. Next slide, please. I do want to thank Susan Klein-Rothschild, who's been with us. We asked her to, at the request of our board president, to join us this evening to talk a little bit about the latest guidance from the County Department of Public Health. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to her.
Great. Just briefly, I want to make sure folks know that here in Santa Barbara County, we begin with guidance from the California Department of Public Health. So the state gives us guidance and directives. It comes to the local public health department, and our opportunity is to make it more restrictive. We don't have the opportunity to make it looser or more flexible. So we follow the state's guidance. We have the opportunity to make it more restrictive. And then it comes to you as a school board to make decisions for your own school system. Because we have the opportunity to reopen, it doesn't mean it's automatic. Each school community needs to look at their stakeholders, their community, and what's the best decision for them. Next slide. This is the new system that's been put forward by the governor and the state. And in light of time, I want to be very brief here for you. The intent is to be simpler and be easier to follow. So instead of having 6 metrics, 6 things that we're following on a daily basis every day that change, we're looking at 4 tiers. And there's really 2 measures that are most important to move from one tier to the next tier. It's the number of positive COVID cases per 100,000 in our population for our county, and it's the percentage of COVID tests that are positive for all those people who test. We are in the purple phase, phase 1. We are in full distance learning. When we have at least 2 weeks, 14 days in phase 2 red, then we have the opportunity to be more open and open schools. And we're going down from the most restrictive to the least restrictive, looking at those same values and those same data that the governor has put forward. Next slide, please. So one of the opportunities that the school districts have to consider at this point in time are small cohorts. And the governor put this forward to say there are some children in particular, some children and youth who are at high risk of really being left out in the distance learning. Oftentimes it's children who may be English as a second language learners, children who are homeless, others. So this is an opportunity to have a very small group of children with a limited number of adults meet together as a stable learning group. They don't interact with others. They are only with each other. They limit the amount of transmission across the groups. And the school district can make a decision to have some of these small learning cohorts. You'll notice they can't exceed more than 25% of the enrollment at any school. And it's a local decision within the school district and schools which children you may want to consider for this. The county is not making any approval decisions, simply asking for information about which children and which youth, if this is something your school district chooses to pursue. Next. This is something I think the Unified is looking.
Thank you, Mass. Dr. Wagenek. I stole her other slides, but I'll ask her to speak to this item on how we're prioritizing small cohorts. Dr. Wagenek.
I was muted. Thank you, Susan, for that guidance. So yes, we are taking the guidance of public health and looking at our small cohort prioritization. It's the ultimate goal that we return all students to school when we're able, but given the opportunity to bring small cohorts back, we've established a list of our students with the most acute needs during distance learning, beginning with our students with moderate to severe disabilities, such as autism and intellectual disabilities, really looking at those students who have the hardest time accessing distance learning. So in the coming days, we will release a plan for safely returning these groups of students to campus for academic support using our established safety protocols. Next slide.
Continuing with the theme of students on campus and with the theme of following California Department of Health public guidelines, we do plan for a phased return to modified athletic activity pursuant to those guidelines. Also in conjunction with the California Interscholastic Federation governing athletics, which has determined which sports are associated with which two modified seasons this school year. We've been setting our sights on September 21st as a possible day to resume modified in-person athletic activity. We've been hearing from so many of you about your strong interest in seeing that happen, and we recognize how valuable athletics are, not just for physical well-being, but also emotional well-being. We also have heard from some of you who are concerned about in-person athletic activity resuming. So please know that we've been working very closely across our school sites with our site administrators, our athletic directors, and actually also locally and regionally. So our athletic directors are visiting other districts where protocols are underway a bit sooner than ours, but all safety measures will be in place and come first. Among those are the need to physically distance and keep stable cohorts, to have outdoor only activities and no gatherings, events where large groups would gather, and for the focus to be on skill development and conditioning without any use of shared equipment. So we foresee starting with the sports listed here, as you see on the slide, with the goal of then expanding that to the additional sports in the future.
Thank you, Sean. Can we go to the next slide, please? Board members, as you know, we have been working with all our stakeholders and our partners, and that's both parents, labor, community. Here are the results to the survey that we asked of our parents and our families, our labor partners and our families, on the reopening of elementary schools for daily in-person instruction. You'll see that there is not an overwhelming support either way. And some of the themes that came out of why people, even those folks who said that they would be open to having us return to in-person instruction, some of the themes that we heard on their feelings about it were, there's a lot of concerns that continue to be out there around safety and going back to school. Things like, are people gonna really be able to follow the safety protocols, temperature checks? What about kids who don't wanna wear masks, or adults who may not wanna wear masks, or not following the proper social distancing, the sizes of the classroom, the conditions of classrooms, concerns around what happens if COVID, if we go to red or gold and then we have to go backwards to purple, and we have to go back to distance learning, and the kinds of disruptions that will have on our families and our students. Concerns about students getting infected, that they will bring the virus back home and then in turn continue to infect additional family members and spreading the disease. Childcare still continues to be a concern. And then of course, on the other side of this is the concern about students who are having a difficult time in Zoom and are having an inability to focus. But again, the results of our survey showed that we do not have an overwhelming response one way or the other. So I know tonight we're dealing with a lot of heavy topics that show how our community can have very disparate opinions on this. So in our next slide, what we are bringing to the board is having us look at a pathway to returning to school that matches Governor Newsom's models of phases of when we should return. As you may recognize, in the previous, when we knew differently, We only brought you 3 options, which would have been the purple, the orange, and the white on this graphic. Full distance learning, a hybrid model, or full in-person learning. What we are proposing now is that we work towards a plan that will include this phase 2 in the middle, which is the partial return or the limited return of small groups, athletics, those vulnerable populations, and in phase 4, a more modified way of bringing families back in a way that will make sense, that will help us learn as we go along, and that will really continue to focus on health and safety for all of our families. And we will be bringing this information in future presentations to the board. Our next slide, please. In conjunction with this elementary waiver requirement, we wanted to highlight for you here, as I stated in some of the themes of concerns from our families and our staff, the testing of students and staff is still an area that we need to be really crystal clear on how we're gonna be able to do this faithfully, ensuring that we're really clear on the tracing, contact tracing, so looking at some of the triggers that will take us backwards or forwards when it comes to the pathway to reopening school. And I know that in the later slide, Meg will talk a little bit about transportation, the number of employees in our sites when it comes to ensuring that we meet the requirements that Susan talked about earlier when it comes to testing and the % of adults and students in a school site. Next slide, please. I'll turn this over to Ms. Jate.
Yes, thank you. What do we know about testing? Well, there's definitely a mandate out there for it, and we will need to test all staff to set as a baseline, and then before students come on campus, and then 25% of the staff every 2 weeks. Unless I misunderstand that, Kleinroth, please correct me. But there's an estimated cost. We have 1,600 employees, 25% of that is 400. So we would have to be testing, once we got to the every 2 weeks, we'd have to test 800 people per month. So that would range between $94,000 and $120,000 a month. And then right now I've been talking to the insurance companies, and they are still undecided about how they're going to cover this. But I'm working with them. We're having meetings tomorrow. So hopefully we'll have more news about the reimbursement for the insurance. Next slide.
All right, so we have 8 school nurses in the district that cover our 17 schools. And they are completing a course through Johns Hopkins. It's the basics of interviewing people who are diagnosed. And so they're all getting certified in tracing and identification. They will serve as our liaison with public health when we have students back on campus. They'll be monitoring the screening, the tracking, the tracing, and really be our experts in this area in terms of knowing when to quarantine a cohort or entire campus. And I'm sure be working closely with Susan Klein-Rothschild around those topics.
Similarly, in our pathway, as I stated earlier, we'll be continuing to monitor all the triggers for switching back to distance learning if it were to come to that. And then just continuing to work closely with Susan Klein-Rothschild in the Public Health Department as we continue to flesh out our plan for returning to reopening, and or what we do if we return and there was to be an outbreak again, because that is a possibility. And our last slide is back to Ms. Jate on transportation, and we'll just go quickly on this one too.
Yes, so with full distance learning, we don't need any buses, but we do need to have a retainer to keep them in business, so that when we do open up, we have a way to transport our students. Once we get to the cohort, I am very confident that we will be able to use our buses and keep within the budget. because it's only 25%, which is less than the hybrid model of 50%, which still kind of, it makes me a little nervous about the hybrid. And then the full in-person model with social distancing is going to be tough. But I feel that phase 2 can be done for sure, especially with our mod severe. We have the space to transport them. So on the final slide.
Yeah, the board members, I'm not going to put everybody through the video. We did send it to everyone. I'm just going to pause here and open it up for questions for our expert who has joined us. And I want to be mindful of her evening as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We actually do have public comment on this, so that I turned it over to Ms. Trujillo to introduce our speakers. Thanks to the staff for that presentation.
Thank you, President Capps. We do have two requests to speak on this item. So we'll start with Ms. Shannon Shorter and Caroline Hara.
Hi, thanks for having me. I hung on tonight, and I gotta say I'm like a little bit disappointed about the lack of clear information, and I have a whole thing written up, but it just seems like steps backwards and steps backwards that we're taking. So I'm disappointed. I feel like it's misinformation, but I'm going to read what I have. I'm speaking tonight as a parent of a 2nd grader and a 4th grader in the district. I want to voice my support for the return to in-person school. When I saw the 50-50 survey results, I thought that that was a good thing. As a district, we should be doing everything in our power to give families options. With these results, 50% of the people can stay home and 50% can continue and come to school. That shows that staff and students want to be there, 50% of them. We should enable them to do that. And then the other people can stay home at no additional cost. There'll be staff there to do that because 50% of them want to do that. You didn't say exactly how many people responded. I know you wanted 70%, so I'm unclear on that. I'd just like to see a shift in our thinking where our superintendent and administrators focus on solutions to get kids back to school safely and not just content and even moving backwards and being concerned about touching our budget reserves and our buses. And we just need to be doing everything we have. We were in an $11 million deficit and you lucked out with this happy surprise of property taxes, money coming to you. But if you're willing to deficit spend in a normal school year, you should be able to do that now. I think some of your future videos, Ms. Maldonado, should include you sitting in on a kindergarten or 1st grade Zoom for those full 3 hours and just seeing what it's like for a 5-year-old to pay attention. I'm disappointed.
Thank you. Next we have Caroline Hara.
Hello, good evening. Thank you to all of you for your service. And again, my name is Caroline Hara. Oh, can you hear me? Oh,
yes.
Okay,
yes.
sorry, something happened. Okay, sorry. 2 weeks ago, SB Plan hosted a panel discussion on mental wellness in K-12 youth. Suzanne Grimacy, Fran Wagenick, and others confirmed that domestic violence, child abuse, substance abuse, and suicide ideation and attempts have been spiking in Santa Barbara since March. As Suzanne noted, children have been uniquely impacted by the pandemic. The things they need to maintain health, including peer engagement through school and physical activity and sports, have been mostly halted. I applaud your work to bring small cohorts back for those with the most acute needs. And as we work towards achieving and sustaining the metrics required to resume in-person instruction for all students, I ask that you please begin to work with families now to identify creative ways our kids can get the necessary psychological nutrition, to quote Suzanne, they need through smaller cohorted activities and sports, with the goal of activities resuming prior to the end of the calendar year. All of our kids are struggling. Remote instruction can be isolating. Human interaction and athletic outlets are absolutely necessary to avoid a mental health crisis among our youth. Thank you all very much, and I hope you will take that into consideration. Have a good night.
Thank you. President Capps, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thanks to our speakers for hanging in there, and of course to our staff. So now we move to questions from the board and to Susan Klein Rothschild for being here so late in the evening with us. Any questions from the board or comments? Where to start is sort of my comment. Okay, Mrs. Moten, go for it. Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
Yep, thank you. I think it was on Meg's slide 14 with regards to testing, since that seems to be a big thing that we have to be able to do, right? And so I understand that the county could be assisting us with that cost. And is that only if we have off-site testing, or can they help if it's all on-site testing as you're suggesting in your slide?
Let me share that we're talking about routine testing of all school staff. These are not people who are symptomatic. These are people who just are working with the schools, and we want to have testing so we find those who are asymptomatic and those who may not know they have COVID. We have options for schools to look at different combinations. One of the options is testing that's available now in our community through the public health department and through community sites. We have approximately over 5,000 slots now available in our community countywide. That's great, but I want to be honest, that's not enough to cover all school staff for all public schools. We estimate there are approximately 8,000 total. So yes, there's some flexibility and there's some availability now, and that can be scheduled and there's no cost, and it needs to be done at the clinic, at either the public health clinic or OptumServe. In addition to that, the school districts will need to help look at other options to help cover the costs. And I know that exploring health insurance is one option.
And Susan, thank you for that. And are that 5,000 that's covering, is that one time? You know, you have the slots for 5,000, that's for one-time testing, or was that ongoing slots? Or
it's a little over 5,000 slots, and it's for a period of 2 months.
Okay.
So the idea is that all staff would be tested before they come back and the schools open and children return. And then every 2 months, approximately 25% of the staff get tested every 2 weeks. So over a period of 2 months, every staff person is tested once in a 2-month period. So we figure there are total about 8,000, and we have a little more than 5,000 slots. So that's kind of gives you an estimate.
Okay, and then one last question. So that's the testing for our staff. Are we then just screening our students who are coming in? So is there another way to also look at where our students are? Is that just a screening tool that we would be using for students?
At this point, the state California Department of Public Health is only recommending routine testing for adult staff. They are not recommending routine testing for children and youth. Yes, they're screening both for adults and children, passive or active screening when they come to school at the beginning of the day. And there's also separate testing when somebody's symptomatic. When someone's ill, that's a different kind of testing.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Actually, can I jump in? Because I have more questions on the testing. Thanks, Ms. Sims-Moten, for leading us off, and Susan for being here. Because I'm trying to get my hands around exactly. I know it's not all set in stone, but essentially we can cover some teachers routinely, 5,000 if they go to the site. I'm sorry, not 5,000, the 5,000 total for the county essential workers. And so we would have a portion of that. But what are you recommending as county public health that we do with the rest? I mean, you've mentioned a couple companies, but is there a recommendation? Because again, we're not medical professionals in the school system. I mean, there are some nurses.
Right.
But.
Yes. So the county public health department has put together what we call a lab menu, and it gives options for each of the school districts to look at. One option is using some of the free sites through the county. There's laboratories that you can contract with. You can use your own staff or hire staff to take the specimens. Nurses can do that. So there are multiple alternatives that can be developed. We have a menu to look at. And the governor has said he plans on having a greatly increased number of testing options by November. And by March, the plan is to have full testing availability at the level needed statewide. So we're talking about what's available right now. We know the county has a lot of availability to assist. We know we can't do everything for every public school district in our county yet. So we have this menu of options to look at, and I'm working with the school districts to help them look at what makes sense for them.
Thank you. And has the governor addressed the fact that school systems will be administering tests? I mean, staff people will actually have to be trained with the swab, and the HIPAA requirements and actually conveying the results of the test and all of the myriad of issues that would go along with school systems actually now administering tests for a virus.
We are talking a lot about that, and I have a meeting with the HR directors of the public school districts tomorrow afternoon. One of the options we've talked about that I think will help a lot in terms of HIPAA and confidentiality is each person who works for the schools, and it's not just the teachers, it's all the school staff according to the guidance, gets tested. They get the results directly sent to them. The school staff sign an attestation. I've been tested on this date, and if I'm positive, I will let my administration know immediately. So they get the results directly. They don't have to send them to anyone via email or anything unconfidential. They contact their own administrator if they come positive. In addition, any lab that does a test, any positive test will come immediately to the public health department, separately through the automated system. So we have both avenues covered. We avoid having too much paper and too much communication through email about private health information. So people sign up for the test, they get the result directly. But we have some things we're working out to make that a smooth process.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Because for me, it really, I mean, as much as I want us to reopen as soon as it's safe, the logistics of testing all of our staff ourselves is a huge hurdle logistically. And I know I'm hearing that from staff. My last question for you on testing is about, what about outbreaks? What's the protocol from County Public Health on school outbreaks when we return to in-person teaching? What is that? Will they be offered slots in this 5,000 per month, or what's the treatment?
So a couple things. One is that any school district that has one positive case, I'm a resource that can help work through that. And if there are any things that are outside of my clinical knowledge, I'm not a medical professional, I reach out to those who know much more than I do. For any school that has 3 or more cases in a 14-day period, we call that an outbreak. And all those cases are directly reported to the Disease Control Office, and we have additional resources for testing for outbreaks. So that's not the routine testing we're talking about. And part of what's the plan is that when we have, our numbers are better in terms of number of positive COVID cases that have decreased in our county, and we move to the red and it's okay to open schools, then the plan with the governor's new tier system is, if we go up again, we don't close schools, rather we increase the routine testing to stop the transmission and spread quickly. So that we may close some classrooms, we may have to close schools if there's an outbreak, but that we don't go back and forth between distance learning and in-person learning. We want, as best as possible, to move a little slower to make sure we have met the criteria and that we're doing it in a thoughtful and safe manner.
Okay, this is, maybe I missed it, but this is new information. So if we go from purple to red and we start to allow at least some portion of students back in, and then we go from red to back up to purple in terms of widespread virus, we don't have to then shift. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
That's right. My understanding from the county as well as the state is, if our numbers start to go up again, we start to increase our routine testing of our adults and our staff, and we start to go in smaller cohorts. We start to take steps immediately so we don't go back to fully distance learning or fully in-person learning. That's very difficult. Rather, we do more to stop the spread and stop the transmission. That's the part of the plan.
Susan, can I just jump in? So the increased testing of staff assumes that we'll find the positive cases to remove them, and that's how you're going to stop the spread, correct? Is that the
yes?
idea?
So thank you. The medical professionals say the best way of stopping spread is not waiting for people to have symptoms alone to do testing, but do testing on a regular basis before people have symptoms. When they're pre-symptomatic or when they're asymptomatic, you catch them before they're infectious. So if we have more of those cases, we want to catch people earlier. So this whole idea of having 25% of your staff tested every 2 weeks, that number will increase if our numbers go up.
Thank you for explaining this, because again, for me, this is such a monumental undertaking for a school system our size. We are not a school district of 160 kids that do this. without such massive retraining of staff to do, to do testing, we're partnering with the county to have as many of our employees covered by the county, but then with those who aren't covered, we have to bring in a private lab. I mean, this is a massive thing that I know a lot of our superintendent and executive team here are undertaking currently, because again, we all are motivated to make this work, but this is a massive undertaking for a school system of our size. It's a scope and scale issue that to even have the conversation and be compared to schools that have literally 150 kids, it's not even a fair comparison by any stretch of the imagination. So I want to understand this, and I know that the information from the state is changing on a regular basis as this virus changes. So that's why I asked you to be here tonight, because this is so important, and I know we are working in partnership with you, and I appreciate the dialogue, but as much as you can stay in touch with the board as you have, and to do so, and when I say board, I mean public, because that's what these meetings are about. So I really appreciate that, and I just, as much information as you get it in real time for us to have, we need to have it. Dr. Reed, I think I see your hand.
Thank you. So I just wanted to ask, so if you get an outbreak and then we have to increase the testing, but we don't have the testing to increase because we only have access to the 5,000. So is there going to be then another stipulation or level that the state is going to offer, or the county can bring more testing opportunities? Because how are we going to deal with that if it keeps expanding?
So we have a couple different things that are opportunities. One is that the total number of testing slots available is much more than 5,000 now. We're talking about that's approximately how much we would have for school personnel now. But we also have testing going on extensively with people who have symptoms, or people who want to sign up, who do in the community broadly. Those are other avenues. And the public health department has additional testing avenues for when we have outbreaks. So there are multiple avenues now. It's something we need to monitor. I totally agree with you. It is complex. It needs a lot of thought. This is one of the reasons why I think the governor went to the tiered system, that it's not that we move quickly from one tier to the other. We must be in a tier for at least 3 weeks before we go to another tier. We must look at the numbers closely. We need to think it through. And sometimes there'll be opportunities to open a school or have other opportunities that this decision will be made. We're not ready yet, because we want to do it safely and thoughtfully, and we want to do it right. And so those are all things we need to take in consideration. Right now, we're in purple, we're in widespread. We don't have the opportunity to have reopening of schools outside of the waivers or small cohorts, but this is a really good time to plan for these kinds of things.
And just one other question, in terms of contact tracing, so are there a certain amount of contact tracers per school or per district, or and then they increase depending on how many outbreaks we have?
So the public health department is taking the primary role in doing contact tracing. We have a contact tracing unit, and they are primarily responding within 1 to 2 days after we learn about a positive COVID test. We are asking the schools to make an initial contact. Most of the time, if a child or an adult tests positive for COVID-19, the school will know before we will. The parent or the child will contact the school, or the staff person will contact the school. Thus, we've given all schools letters, sample letters in English and in Spanish, to send to all the children and families of children in that class or cohort. Someone in your group, in your class, has tested positive. We need you to stay home for 14 days. Public health will follow up. We need you to monitor for these symptoms and these signs to be safe. And getting that quarantine, getting that person to isolate and separate quickly is very much a part of the big plan. How do we stop the transmission and spread? The timeliness of action. So we need to work together very closely as schools and as public health to make sure, as soon as we know, we're working in concert. We're letting people know our public health contact tracers are available. We have a phone number 24 hours a day. I'm making myself very available to all the schools so we can be in concert and plan for that.
Can I just add a couple of comments? So the way that we're, notifying parents, would that wouldn't be different in the terms of how we notify if there's an outbreak of measles or, right? Is that the same type of process, or it's less intensive?
It is a very similar process, like if we had measles or tuberculosis. We have a communicable disease. We need to let people know immediately if they have been in close contact during the infectious period. Here's what you need to know. Here's who you can contact. This is why it's important. And we reinforce it from all angles. You're right. Thank you.
And my last question would be, so you said in terms of the new information, if we as a school are open up and there should be an outbreak, it's not going back to closing, it's just, identifying that source and, treating that. How does then the community as a whole, what numbers, if the numbers change in the community, how does that in fact, impact us as a school district? Does it, or are they separate?
So the numbers that we have in terms of the number of positive COVID cases in our county, or the number of people who go get the test and how many come back positive, those are the two metrics, the two data points that help the county move from one tier to another tier. So that affects all of us. So everyone in the county, really all of our behavior affects everyone else. Where are we? What can we do? And we're trying to initiate some new things to bring the word out so we can have more of a community engagement responsibility. We all need to do this. The goal is that we help the schools move in a thoughtful way, that we move so we don't have to go back and forth. There may be more frequent testing. There may be some classes that close. And if there's more than 5% of the staff and the students within 14 days of any school that have been impacted by COVID, they are looking at potentially closing a school. So we have to monitor these things very closely and respond very timely to make sure we're stopping that spread and that transmission.
Okay. Maybe other questions. I have more, but on testing, maybe we'll kind of keep it in this zone for Susan Klein-Rothschild. Rose, thanks.
Yes, I have a question about the testing. How long does it take to get results at this point?
So it is very much dependent upon the number of people getting tested, but it's really within a few days at this point.
Okay, and then the availability of testing, let's say for the parents or the adult siblings of the students in the home,
So anyone in the community can contact either the OptumServe or the public health department sites and sign up for testing. Now, I can tell you that they are in Goleta and Buellton and North County, Santa Maria area. And right now, over the last few weeks, we've had a lot of openings in Buellton. They're not being filled. You can get there like the same day or the next day. And some of the other sites are not as available. And it changes day to day. And we are continually working at expanding the capacity to test more people. Physicians and health care providers are referring people for testing. There are multiple independent labs that are increasing their availability. So we're working from many angles at the same time to both increase capacity for the schools and for our whole community at the same time.
Okay, so now in terms of like Santa Barbara and Goleta, the testing is like there's a little bit more of a delay. Is that, because of the demand? Is that?
I don't know exactly today. It actually changes day to day. I do know that there have been a large number of available slots that have not been taken on an ongoing basis at Buellton. I don't know how long the wait is for the South County, North County right now, although it's been pretty timely because I've had a number of people who've been signing up for those times. Also, we are offering for school districts, if a school district wants to block and say, let's say I want all slots on Tuesdays for this many. We're looking at block scheduling for a school district, and then they can schedule a number of their staff within that time frame instead of having people contact individually. We're trying to be creative about how we can work together to be most effective and efficient at this.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And I appreciate, all the collaboration and the hard work, the long hours that you're putting in. Like everyone at Public Health has been awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
But obviously I just need to jump in on for a teacher to go and take time out of the day to get tested, in Buellton isn't feasible. That we'd have to inquire, then we'd have to have substitute teachers who need to be also tested. So just to keep that in mind, and maybe early hours, et cetera, because obviously we create a whole other problem if our teachers are driving up to Buellton on once a week or once every other week to get tested. Other questions on testing, just while we're kind of on the zone, because I know that so many board members had questions about this. Ms. Sims-Moten.
Yeah, I would just say to that point, in terms of if Buellton is a site, much like we did here where Irwin was maybe, was there, but we made it move to where it really was more feasible for people to get it, that really it was going to be more used. So is that something you consider in terms of Buellton? If you don't have the level of use that is needed, will you move that site to where there is that use?
That is being looked at. The public health department is continuously monitoring where is the need, how can we offer more, what are the time frames.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Certainly.
I have questions about athletics, but are we okay to move? I think we're good. Okay, so Sean Carey, I just want to ask you about athletics because again, we just heard from, 40 some people in the last couple days, mostly in favor of us moving to open athletics. So I know you said that a date of September 21st is what you're moving towards to open those athletic programs that have been deemed safe or as safe as can be. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate. So it's helpful to hear about, I think it might be helpful just to know that the guidance around athletics does function somewhat independently for some of its other guidance. I see Susan nodding to that a bit, but also we take very seriously the guidelines that we want to apply to all of our small cohorts, which are allowable at this time with all those provisions. And we will be making sure with attestation pre-visits and monitoring visits that the appropriate protocols are in place. But I am using phrasing like we are setting our sights on, we aim to, because it will be ultimately up to whether or not we feel confident that we can attest to all those protocols.
Susan, can you say a little bit more about that difference in the athletics and why it looks a little different than the small cohorts guidance?
The California Department of Public Health put out some FAQs on youth sports that were very specific for children and youth in any setting, and any childcare, daycare, day camp, school setting, and they're very restrictive. They are the ones that Sean mentioned in her slide. It is small groups that are stable together. They have physical distance. It's mostly physical conditioning. So they're working out, it's like working out independently to get in shape. You're not having interaction. You're not having that close contact at this point. So the state has set some very clear guidelines for us. And as we move, into the school-based instruction, then there are some aspects there that speak more to athletics. But because we have that California Federation with the sports, interscholastic sports, all schools are following that same kind of basic time frame and guidance. And we again want to make sure that it's well thought through, that we have the distance, that we have the space, that we make it comfortable and safe.
And board members, I just want to add in our consideration of all this work, I often get families asking me, why are you allowing childcare on campus, but you can't open schools? And I want to just call out, and Susan and I have talked about this at length, that the guidelines for the different types of convenings, if I can put them that way, are different than what it would be for us to implement a regular school program. And Susan, am I stating that correctly?
Yes, absolutely. So the state has set guidance for day camps, for child care providers, for schools and school-based programs that are all different. So there are some similarities. They're still children and youth, yet there are different guidances based upon the age, based upon the essential need for childcare for people who are essential workers to do their job. So there are a lot of factors considered, and we have been very closely following and monitoring and following the guidance from our state.
Thank you, Susan.
On the point about athletics, I just want to, there's a petition I think that's circulating about opening our pools, because that has been deemed to be one of the safest individual activities that students, that young people, anybody can do. So I just would love to know if that's come up yet, or if we can get an update on that. I would be in favor of that unless our insurance is an issue there, but it seems to me as though opening our pools for our aquatic athletes would be helpful at this stage.
So if you're talking about our athletes as opposed to civic use with our pools, what we'll be following is the CIF designations for seasons. And so you'll see water polo is in there among the first grouping or the first set of sports. So that would be an example of use, but swimming is gonna trail along with the majority of sports. So that's how that would be spaced out.
Because swimming is in the spring. It's a spring sport. Is that
right? Well, everything's a little changed around. The fall, winter, spring is a little bit like we can't use those terms anymore, but yes. So that first group of sports that you saw in there, football, cross country, volleyball, water polo, sideline cheer, their season will be December, January tentatively, and all other sports, including boys and girls swimming, the season would be February, March.
Okay, thanks for answering that. I guess, yeah, I do want to express my support for returning to athletics as soon as we possibly can in a safe way. I just think it's so important for everyone's mental health and a use of our school in a way that's, you know, related to cohorts, where it's just certain smaller groups of athletes, of students coming back in order to use our athletic fields and pools in this situation. Ms. Ford.
Thanks. Just along these lines, Ms. Klein-Rothschild, I wonder if you could help me understand, because many of our letters pointed out the inequity of the situation that lots of club sports are undergoing already.
There are very strict limits on any sports, amateur, club, sports. They are all falling under that same youth and sports guidance. And so there are people who have raised concerns. We are following up on that. All sports are following the same guidance. We are all looking at the physical distance. We are all looking at the limitations regarding physical conditioning. So we're operating under the same California Department of Public Health guidance, and we are seeing that there are issues being raised, and we are following up on those.
Thanks.
Other questions, comments? Well, I'm intrigued by the approach of tying, you know, moving from widespread, hopefully soon, from widespread to, I don't know what red is, what's the terminology for red? But to tie our reopening, I want to also, it's not as though we're closed now. So if we can also adjust our language to in-person, our schools are open. I see that with my son. He is learning. Certainly this is a challenging time, but our schools are open. So it's really returning to in-person is the plan here. And I want to hear more about that as we go on, but I appreciate what the governor has done in terms of clarifying these stages and what that can mean for school districts. And again, to you, Susan Klein-Rothschild, for being here this evening and fielding these questions from the board and therefore communicating it to the public. Any other? Yes, Ms. Sims-Moten.
Yeah, just to add on to what you were saying in terms of the in-person piece, we certainly know that's our ultimate goal, but I can appreciate the updates that we've had over time so that we are surely making sure that we are maximizing every effort to make sure that we're returning in a safe, in person, in a safe and healthy manner. And I just did appreciate it, this ongoing updates, communications, as we learn more about it, how can we do it? And so by the time we get there, we really are returning back to that place we want everybody to be, and that's certainly in-person learning. So I just want to appreciate you, Susan, being here, and all the board members, the questions that are asked, and certainly our staff and administrators and our front line that's, you know, helping us, you know, move back to that in-person place where we all want to be.
Ford. Ms. Ford, Dr. Reed.
Yeah, I would just say thank you very much, Susan. I mean, it's just just clarifying. There's so many things to clarify, and you've clarified it so nicely. And I think this is important. Again, like Ms. Capps, you've suggested in the past, to get this information out to the community, because this clarification, it's changed from the last time we talked to you, and it keeps changing. But it's now starting to. It seems like there's a lot of potential opportunity for us to become in person when it's safe. But we have I'm not so nervous about the testing as much. It seems like there's a plan here. There's a plan in shape. It's not like just limited testing. There's other options if we had an outbreak and such. So thank you.
And I'm happy to come at any time. Just let the superintendent know and I'd be happy to attend.
Ms. Ward. You're muted. Can't hear you.
Thanks. I do want to go back a little bit to the sports issue because honestly, we did get dozens and dozens of letters, and they weren't just, you know, a paragraph or a few sentences here. They were long, detailed, specific questions and concerns and pleas. And so I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for perhaps, I really appreciate that the board's been informed first about the tentative plans, but if there's an opportunity maybe for an FAQ to go out in Parent Square, just about the latest thinking about sports and maybe reiterating what Susan said about the fact that there, I mean, I'll put it in my own words, that there may be some people that are violating the rules and what should be happening right now. So don't think that if you're seeing some sports out there that they are actually legitimate and fair and right. So anyway, I would love to have us think about an FAQ because people are talking about sports nonstop.
Yes, we will work on both an FAQ for athletics, and I'm going to up the ante a little bit for this team and also work on an implementation plan that's connected to the roadway back to in-person learning that I shared with you earlier. And that'll be something that this team will be committed and focused on in this week. We'll try to get something out by Friday. At the latest, it'll be next Monday.
Thank you. Ms. Munoz.
Yes, I'm also, you know, as my colleagues have said, you know, interested in having the sports being available in a safe manner. Just the mental health of our students will improve, but as long as it's done, you know, safely and with guidance and knowing that testing for the adults is available too, I think, you know, the communication would be great to go out to the parents to let them know.
And just to ensure, Susan Klein said, I have to say this before we go, I know it's late. The testing for athletics, coaches, and others is slightly different, am I right, in the requirements than it is for teachers?
My understanding is that the routine testing, the surveillance testing, is for all staff, cafeteria workers, coaches, teachers, the same level of frequency, once per every 2 months, and start with a baseline before returning to open in-person instruction. And that we will monitor that, and we're working on systems to put that in place.
Thank you. So again, when it comes to sports, there's a different groups of people that work with our students. So board members just want to make sure that we recognize that that is an added group of people will be needing to do testing around. So as Ms. Ford has stated, as the public sees other groups doing athletics, we want to make sure that they understand the kinds of requirements we have as a school district can be slightly different. Thank you.
Thank you. I meant to say this earlier, I'll say it very quickly. Dr. Wagnick, your slide about cohorts, which I'm also hopeful we can move to cohorts as soon as possible. I would add, or I would just pose for a question at a later time. I can follow up with you, but TK in kindergarten, we had one speaker about this tonight. We've gotten, yeah, actually a kindergartner teacher has reached out. I just think that group in particular, you know, the expectation to do this remotely by Zoom is you know, challenging. It's challenging in all levels, but especially for 4 and 5-year-olds. So I wondered if you considered that. You don't have to speak to it now in interest of time, but I did want to go on record as having asked about that because I do think it's important.
Yeah, and I won't speak long, but I'll say that we have tiers. And so what we were presenting to you tonight was the first that we really, I mean, I hear you talking about sports and everything, but we have groups of students who are not able to fully access their education. So we need to get them back as soon as possible. But TK and K is on our next tier of groups.
Thank you, Dr. Wagner. Okay, did we do justice, I hope, to this incredibly important topic? I hope, and I know I for one will be sending out this presentation to a lot of people who have been emailing, and I just appreciate all the work that goes into it. I am really thinking that maybe we need to start these meetings a lot earlier. We can talk about that at our board retreat on Saturday, because it's hard for us all, and I want to recognize the hour. So we do have other agenda items. I think it's just one more in discussion, and I believe that's Ms. Carey under item H2, update and discussion on 2020 learning continuity and attendance plan. Ordinarily, normal time, the LCAP update would be the bulk of a board meeting, but here we're getting to it at 12:04 a.m.
Thank you, President Capps, and thank you for saying that school is in session. Maybe not in person right now, but school is in session, and that's really what this plan is about. At its core, the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan is a high-level document combining all the plans that we've been developing and that we are executing for school year 2021. So I'm going to do my best to truncate this report, but still do my due diligence, which is to make sure the board and the public knows about what is contained in the plan. But for anybody who feels like this is too rushed, just know that the plan in its entirety in both English and Spanish is publicly available, the draft plan, as well as a budget summary and a copy of the slide deck. So that's always there for people's reference. I want to thank the community for their input and every department that contributed to and is represented in this plan, which is ultimately focused on accurately assessing our students' needs so that we can ensure that they have relevant curriculum and engaging and effective instruction. Next slide. So just to be clear about what the learning continuity plan is, it is actually related to but distinct from the LCAP. So I wanted to make that very clear. It replaces an earlier governor's order around the LCAP for 2021. We still do have to provide a budget overview of what we call the LCAP funds by December of this year. But this plan, the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan, must be approved on or before September 30th. And the purpose of the Learning Continuity Plan is to, again, summarize all of our planning and also the stakeholder engagement that we've undertaken to make sure that we're being responsive to the needs and the uncertainty associated with the pandemic. The plan needs to make explicit the actions and expenditures necessary to implement the plan, regardless of what the funding source is. And I want to make an important note about the funding sources and the expenditures. More aptly, the expenditures you'll see represented in this slide deck. The plan draws upon emergency one-time funds, but also other district funds, and even the funds that we get through the support of our valued community partners. On occasion, as you see expenditures listed, that may represent an allocation of district funds, but not the full cost of the program. And now just for a moment, literally 1 minute, less than, I wanna invite you to listen to the special guest whose words capture the approach that we use in developing our plans and actions and expenditures. So Brian, if you'll just go to the next slide and play that video.
My name is Dr. Jeff Duncan Andrade. I am an associate professor of Latina and Latino Studies and Race and Resistance Studies at San Francisco State University. What you learn in a life saturated with opportunities, when you're taught well about how to respect those opportunities, is that you learn that you can pursue your passions and you can pursue them unapologetically, and that when you pursue your passion, you'll find joy. And when you find joy, you'll never work a day in your life. I want that and think it's reasonable that we could expect that for all children. What I say is that the point of education is not to escape poverty. The point of education is to end it. When that becomes the goal of our public education system, then we won't define the success of our students by how far away they get from their community. We'll define the success of our students by how much they improve their community.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. So it's my pleasure to share that Dr. Duncan Andrade was our keynote speaker for teachers in August when we brought our staff back to reopen the school year. And really, we've been using that idea that when every one of us works toward the goal of public education being about ending poverty, not escaping poverty, that's how we'll be successful in creating more opportunities for all students. I need to let the board and public know that tonight, next slide, Brian, is an important step on our timeline. We had our public hearing earlier, and in order to seek and hopefully obtain board approval of our learning continuity plan on the 22nd, I want to just make sure that everyone knows that we have completed the template with fidelity as represented in the attachment. It was a template received on August 1st. But if we look backwards even to when we first learned through legislation that this would be happening, we began to engage with different entities we knew would be important in advising us on our plan. And that is similar to LCAP, the stakeholder engagement requirements are that families of foster youth, emergent multilingual learners, and students from low-income households are in particular needing to be at the heart of our plan. This plan also requires input from families who speak in a language other than English or don't have access to the internet due to our unique conditions right now. And locally, we've identified African American students, students with disabilities, and some other student groups as being among the students whose needs we wanted to focus on with this plan. Next slide. We had the opportunity to consult with Spanish dominant families, one of the groups important to developing both the LCAP and the learning continuity plan. And what they told us in response to our question about what's most important for distance learning aligned very closely with the drivers we've been using to organize our planning and our efforts for running school in the pandemic era. So you'll see their technology, communication, learning, supports for learning, and an anti-racist climate. And hopefully those feel to the board and community like themes of our planning and of our school year overall. Next slide. Lacey is going to take this slide for us.
Thank you, Ms. Carey. This slide represents the current estimated expenditures from all funding resources, that includes state, federal, and local, that will be used to support the actions in the local continuity plan. These dollar amounts come from different funding sources, including emergency one-time funds, known as the CARES Act, but also including nutrition services, general fund, restricted and supplemental grant funds, in-kind funding from community partners. These are all the funds included in this $22.9 million that we're representing. Also, each action will indicate if it is contributing to increasing or improving services for the district's unduplicated students, which is comprised of the foster youth, the emerging multilingual learners, and our low-income students. The following slides will provide additional detail related to the actions and the corresponding costs. Next slide.
Thank you. Lacey Preston is our Director of Fiscal Services. So here we have, not every action in the plan has an associated fiscal cost, but if it does have a fiscal cost, it's going to be represented here for certain. And so as we go slide by slide, these slides correspond to sections of the plan. Here for in-person instruction, you'll see again this emphasis on making sure that we know what it is that students need to know. So teachers need to know that, the public needs to know that, and we have different ways of assessing student learning. We have what we call summative assessments that happen at the end of learning and kind of tell us what's occurred, but we also have formative assessments that give us information about student needs along the way. So we are investing deeply in formative assessments and are going to be administering those more intensively than ever before in order to support informing our instructional practices in the COVID era, and particularly with distance learning. Here on the slide, you'll also see many practices and investments that you'll recognize from prior presentations. Next slide. This one really calls out our continuity of instruction, which is mostly represented by technology and instructional materials acquired for both elementary and secondary students. Next slide. This slide breaks down our technology expenditures. And again, you're familiar with this from prior presentations on Mr. Rickman's. It highlights the additional devices we're acquiring for emergent multilingual students, who again are among those student groups that we're aiming to provide additional focus on and support for. Next slide. These particular aspects of technology, the platforms you see represented on this slide, are primary among those that allow us to engage and monitor both student attendance, which we know is, we need to go about a little differently with distance learning, but not just attendance, but actually engagement and learning. And we heard about that again earlier tonight. And that includes the assessment of learning that I want to emphasize. Next slide. This slide represents the many varied and robust professional learning opportunities that we provided over the summer, immediately in advance of launching distance learning, and even since the start of the year and ongoing. Next slide. And because we have dramatically different conditions, that in turn has led to the need to shift certain staff roles. Especially noteworthy is the approach that we've taken to substitute teachers and how we deploy them, as well as the reassignment of after-school staff who are serving to supervise our academic learning centers. Next slide. There's a lot of text on this slide, but that's because we're providing a lot of supports for students with unique needs. So what I want everybody to appreciate about what's listed here is the range of students that we're supporting, from students with acute and specific learning needs and or with intensive social emotional needs to first-generation college-bound students, gifted and talented students, and students who deserve to see themselves reflected in the curriculum and in their learning environments. All of the plan's actions and expenditures are focused on improving student outcomes, and sometimes the way we support that goals is by examining and improving adult practices. So you'll see some items here on this slide that are related to human resources efforts, including hiring practices, as well as the cultivation and sustaining of anti-racist learning environments. Next slide. What I'm going to do here as you take a look at what's included is just to focus on what we mean by learning loss. Anytime a student performs below expected grade level or another expected performance level, we view that as learning loss. And so that was true pre-COVID, but of course it became more critical upon school closure in the spring, which revealed additional vulnerabilities throughout the summer, and as we begin this school year in a distance learning model. So these measures are focused on identifying and mitigating learning loss. Next slide. The public is very familiar with our comprehensive system of embedded mental health supports, thanks to multiple past presentations by Dr. Wagenik. And we are also turning our sights and are prepared to make commitments in conjunction with Meta to examine a new domain of mental health related to racial trauma. Next slide. Here are two actions that will also be familiar. One is the extension of our Family Engagement Unit hotline hours to respond to the more intensive needs associated with our learning model at this time. And here we see what we had an illustration of earlier with Dean of Student Engagement, Nate Mendoza. So thanks to the folks in those roles, and that includes the elementary assistant principals. And then finally, it's well known you can't be focused on the demands of learning. If you'll go to the last slide, if you're not well nourished. So we're very proud of the access to, if you can advance the slide, Mr. Rouse. We're very proud of the access to the grab and go meals that have been such a support to students and families prior to COVID, but especially since the onset of the pandemic. And with that, that is our local continuity plan of kind of a flyby, but again, you have the plan in full that's available to you. Between now and our next school board meeting, we will continue to receive any questions and respond to them. To take in any additional feedback, we will make any necessary adjustments to the plan in keeping with that feedback. And we will come back to you on September 22nd with a request for approval of the learning continuity plan. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you. I just want to double check. I don't believe we have any public speakers, right, Sandra? Okay. Okay, so board questions or comments? You covered it. I just want to express my appreciation. Oh, Ms. Ford has a question. You're muted.
There was one part of the plan, I think it's page 27, Ms. Carey, about the concept, this universal touch point concept, one-to-one, that every child in the district would have a contact, a one-to-one contact every week. And I love this idea, but I just wondered if you have any idea what it really looks like.
Yeah, I do. I can speak to it from my own experience, but I also would invite Dr. Wagner to speak to it. And the idea is, do you want to do that first, Fran? It might be more efficient.
Okay. The concept, we're trying to make it as simple as possible and leading with relationships. And so this one-to-one contact is with second period teachers in secondary and with the classroom teacher in elementary. And it's just the idea that the teachers make a personal, unique, individual contact with each student every week, whether that be email, well, not too many students use email, but text, NEO, phone call, postcard, carrier pigeon, whatever it is, they're making a unique contact with them and really complimenting the student and saying something personal about them. And it's based on Check and Connect.
Yeah, I'll just add the example of a teacher who was on our LCAP PAC committee and talked about just making time in the first 2 weeks of the school year to call every student. And he said, even though there's a big investment of time on the front end, it's already paying dividends in terms of the engagement of my students every period, every day.
Oh, for sure. So is there, with the Check and Connect, Dr. Wagner, is it some way to keep track of it?
We have not, at this time, we have not asked teachers to do that. The heavy lift was asking them to make the contact, but we're not measuring it at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. Other questions, comments?
I just have a quick question. I mean, a quick comment. So although it's not a hard like number, you know, the Check and Connect, but the anecdotal part, what you just said in terms of those pieces, are you kind of tracking that, getting the feedback from teachers, how the students are, you know, reacting to them, at least acknowledge them and engaging them?
Right, and that's what we're starting to hear now. At first it was, I mean, it was an extra thing we asked teachers to do, but now that they've begun to do it, and I spoke with a couple teachers, they're saying, okay, I see, it's something very simple, yet it's meaningful.
Yeah.
So we're definitely going to be getting the anecdotal data around that as we go forward.
Dr. Reed.
Yeah, just to add to that, I just think that's really important. And it would be great to get that information, but just holding that as a high expectation that the connection between teachers and students is something that's so vital.
The idea is to have that one, establish that one adult connection at minimum during distance learning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So again, this will come back for action, but this was the first discussion tonight. I think we covered it. Is everyone, we're good? Okay, I see nods. Okay, thank you. Thank you to the team, and especially Sean Carey. Okay, so now we move on to item I. I dare say that there's any items we need to return to. Nope. Coming events and future agenda items, we can, of course, if someone wants to bring something up now. I'm just taking a look. I do want to add, yes.
Coming event will be this Saturday's board retreat.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to say that. Thank you. So we do have our board governance retreat Saturday, September 12th from 10 a.m. We'll see how it goes, roughly maybe 1 p.m., maybe sooner, earlier. So that needs to be agendized, and I can work with you, Sandra, to make sure that that is put out to the public in addition to this comment here, but it is a board governance workshop. That's it. Any other? I think we're good. So I'm going to move now to item M, which is adjournment. I think this might set a record at 12:22 a.m. And my deep appreciation for everyone, how hard we're all working on behalf of our students, and to the public for hanging in there and participating with us this evening. Really appreciate it. So with that, I move to adjourn with my fake non-existent gavel here at my hope we'll see you all. Hope it's a good Wednesday. Take good care.